A2000 EST OCOEE.
Hey, what's up? It's time to be back again. What is up? It's time for another stream. And this is going to be one of my more like regular streams because I'm sure that you guys, I don't know, you guys have noticed that I haven't been streaming super frequently, but I've had more time now that the holidays have really kicked off. So I do plan on doing more streams as I have the opportunity to do those. So I'll be reacting to quite a few things this stream, actually. We've got the crazy story of even more 2024 presidential election interference in, the United States of America presidential election. This time coming out of Colorado. We'll be getting to that later on in the day. I'll also be reacting to the third GOP presidential debate, which I was just too busy to react to on stream. I actually have seen this one, so I do plan on reacting to that. Also, sometime I want to react to this. This is the red versus blue debate that was hosted on Sean Hannity's show on Fox News. I don't know if I'll be able to react to it on stream. I'll try my best and see what I can do to react to it without getting some sort of like strike or something. If I can't react to it, then it's fine. But yeah, I haven't seen the red versus blue debate yet, and I haven't seen the fourth presidential debate, GOP presidential debate either. So I'm looking forward to reacting to those with you guys for the first time. This is going to be the only debate, Lord willing, that I react to that I have not yet seen for myself. Yeah, and what else is there? There are some a couple other videos, a few other videos that I'll be reacting to just for fun. But I don't want to bury the lead in any regard. So I am going to discuss the whole Colorado situation first. Actually, hold on. Give me 1 second. Hold on. I need to get something real quick. I'll be right back. Okay. So you know what I'm going to do, actually? This will be kind of fun. Actually, I've actually done this once. I'm going to go inside of my Discord. Let's see. Hold on. I'm going to go inside of my Discord. I'm actually going to go into like the most open Discord channel that I have and literally just open it up. So if any of you guys want to pop in and like literally just hijack the stream, you can do that if you want to. You can do that if you want to. I will literally let people hijack the stream for now.
Set in the chat.
All you have to do is just go into my Discord.
Back.
All you have to do is just go into my Discord and and join, what is it, audiovisual communications. You can literally hop into the stream, see me do whatever, or join the stream, talk, whatever, do something entertaining. I'll be right back.
Jot. Said in the chat. I'm back, buddy, smiley face. No newbie dude. Said in the chat. Nice dude. Jot. Said in the chat. I'm out of hospital now. No newbie dude. Said in the chat. I'm literally just getting more water lol. Jot. Said in the chat. I was in for like a week. No newbie dude. Said in the chat. You were in the hospital? Jot. Said in the chat. Also I deleted Discord for my mental health. Jot. Said in the chat. 'Cause I got no mental health at this point. No newbie dude. Said in the chat. Hop into the Discord and we can talk about it if you want. Jot. Said in the chat. I just deleted it. No newbie dude. Said in the chat. Oh, I see, that makes sense. Jot. Said in the chat. LOL. No newbie dude. Said in the chat. Yeah, Fortnite will do that to you lol. Jot. Said in the chat. Discord more NGL. Jot. Said in the chat. I'm more calm without it RN.
No, what you said that to me?
Jot.
All right.
Said in the chat.
Let's see. I am
Fortnite
back.
stream. Smiley face.
And also, Jot, I did not know that you
Jot. Said in the
you
chat.
left Discord,
Chapter 5 out.
which is all fine because, Discord can be a lot to keep up with if you're in too many servers. But anyways, I did not come here to talk about Discord. Well, I came here to talk about whatever. But the big topic, hold on, let's see here. The big topic, the big, massive news that basically just sent shockwaves all across the American political landscape is this headline.
Jot.
And I think this headline
Said
here,
in the chat.
hold on, I need to mute the TTS.
It was better for my health.
This headline here is, I think, a little bit dramatic and, kind of exaggerates the scope of the ruling. But here, MSNBC is saying, Colorado Supreme Court rules Trump disqualified from holding presidency. So down here it says, the Colorado Supreme Court said on Tuesday that Donald Trump is disqualified from holding the office of the presidency under the U.S. Constitution. The ruling is on hold for now, pending potential U.S. Supreme Court review. Trump has vowed to, quote, swiftly appeal to the high court, which could reverse the ruling. Because he's disqualified, the state Supreme Court said in its 4-3 decision, spanning 133 pages, it would be a wrongful act to list Trump as a candidate on the presidential primary ballot. There we go. Wait. What? Hold on. Wait a second. It also says, therefore, the court said he can't be on the ballot or have write-in votes for him counted. Now that's crazy, because there are going to be a lot of people who would write in Donald Trump. And if a lot of states decided, hey, you know what? We want to interfere in the election too, and we don't want to let Donald Trump win the election, so we're just going to say that he is disqualified, and we're going to make it so that any votes for him are null and void, that's going to cause serious problems. It's going to cause serious problems, not just for democracy, because it's an extremely anti-democratic move to just be like, hey, we don't like you, so we're gonna ban you from winning the election or getting any electoral college votes from us. But of course, there's very likely going to be some sort of reaction to that, right? It's the MAGA fans are, Trump fans are generally peaceful, but I think that there's only so much that you can push them before they decide to do something else. So this can cause all kinds of problems if something like this is going to be allowed to stand. So I mean, yeah, I do hope that Donald Trump appeals this, as he should. I actually think that we should probably consider some sort of legislation where no one can be disqualified from holding presidential office, because now that we've opened up this Pandora's box of being able to be like, oh, well, you're just disqualified, or even using, or kind of like even going down that list of, oh, what are the ways that we could keep someone from being president? Oh, we can consider them to be disqualified. Then this is a power that can be abused, not just against Trump, but against people who don't like Trump, against literally anyone. The political landscape could be completely different in 50 years. Right? We don't know what American politics is going to look like in 2073. So we can't just be short-sighted and be like, oh, we need to let Trump win the election. We need to find ways to bolster the election process so that future elections can't be tampered with, even on other sides of the aisle. Now, I do hope that the U.S. Supreme Court goes against this, because it's very thin standing, right? I think, if I remember correctly, oh yeah, here we go. This here is from The Guardian. So The Guardian says, Colorado Supreme Court disqualifies Trump from state's 2024 ballot. State's highest court declares former president ineligible for White House under U.S. Constitution's insurrection clause. So one route that the Supreme Court could go with ruling with this is considering that there is actually no hard evidence that Donald Trump, helped in any way with some sort of insurrection, right? There was the riot on January 6th, but there's no evidence really saying that Donald Trump orchestrated that riot. There's no evidence that he coordinated it, that he planned it, that he said, hey guys, break down the barricades, bust in, break into the Capitol building. None of that. And also, I think that the evidence is fairly thin, that even if you want to paint, even if you want to remove Donald Trump from the equation, that even was an insurrection. There's not really much evidence kind of pointing towards that either. But all of that aside, even if you are going to say that it was an insurrection, there's no evidence really tying Donald Trump to the actions that took place when it comes to the violence, when it came to the rioting, attacking police officers, stealing private property, destroying private property inside of the building, or I guess public property, because it's all taxpayer funded. But at the end of the day, they're removing Donald Trump from the ballot for something that he hasn't even been found guilty of. Those are two massive hurdles, right? Well, actually, it's three things he hasn't been proven. Three things that he hasn't been convicted of. Or it's like you're removing him from the ballot because he planned an insurrection. There's no evidence that he planned the riots of January 6th. And I have not really seen much evidence that the riots of January 6th are sufficient to constitute what we would call like an insurrection, where you're trying to take over the government. There was a conspiracy theory that I heard as things were happening, and ever since then I've seen no evidence of that, so I'm not necessarily going to repeat it. But this is absolutely ludicrous, and it's insane, but it does show the lengths to which people will go to stop Donald Trump from being president. And if you think that this is the only thing that people are going to do, you would be sorely mistaken. I think you would be sorely mistaken. States are going to try to get Donald Trump arrested. Once he's arrested, more people are going to try to remove him from the ballot. I think even if Donald Trump wins the 2024 election, I would be shocked if he took office, frankly, because people die, right? Donald Trump is an old man. He could have a heart attack, right? He could decide to just throw in the towel on life because he's been suffering under so many hardships, right? There are many ways that Donald Trump could pass away before the inauguration of the 2024 election. It's unfortunate, and I really wish that this sort of thing was not the case. But I mean, if we're going to be honest, right? What lengths would the Democrats stop at when it comes to trying to keep Donald Trump from being elected president, right? I mean, there's a generally accepted principle in the United States where you don't jail political enemies. That's a major reason why Donald Trump didn't have Hillary Clinton further prosecuted for her crimes, because he was like, well, she's a political enemy, and I'm not gonna go attack political enemies using the letter of the law. That's all thrown out of the window with Donald Trump. That's all thrown out of the window with Joe Biden and Democrats in various states trying to get Trump thrown into jail for whatever they can pin him on, potentially. That's all gone out the window. And what thing do you think people would stop at what do you think? Sorry, hold on. My general point is, what lengths would the Democrats stop at when it comes to trying to keep Donald Trump from being president? I don't really see any, right? I mean, they've already committed to putting him in jail, right? They committed to doing that. What more could they do? Because it's important to point out that that might not even keep him from being president of the United States. It's possible that he could still take office while being in jail. So there's that to consider as well. What could they do? Could they have some sort of coup in the government? There probably aren't enough Democrats to pull that off. The only way to truly guarantee that Donald Trump never becomes president again is if he dies. So that is, I think, a possibility of something that could happen. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that I come back a year from now and I'm like, I was wrong. Donald Trump is president now, or maybe a little bit over a year, because it'd have to be the inauguration process. But it's unfortunate. And I think this is also unfortunate because as someone who, has serious problems with Donald Trump, who is not supporting Donald Trump in the primary process, and doesn't really want to see Donald Trump become the GOP nominee, this political persecution of Donald Trump makes him an increasingly sympathetic individual. And as he looks more and more sympathetic, more people are going to gravitate towards him. I support Vivek Ramaswamy during this process, right? But a lot more people support, like, let's say, Ron DeSantis. But people are starting to kind of waffle on Ron DeSantis as he waffles on some of his own policies. And I could easily see all of Ron DeSantis' supporters being like, you know what? We need to stand with Donald Trump because this is a landmark moment in American history where a major political opponent is being jailed so that jailed and persecuted against so that he cannot take office of the president of the United States. I could very easily see that happening, and that could very quickly guarantee that Donald Trump becomes the GOP presidential nominee, which, again, like I said, I hope doesn't happen because we have better options, even in the current field, to be honest. So we'll see. And, hopefully nothing ends up being as bad as I think it possibly could. I try to throw out possibilities, not things that I think are super likely, but there are just certain things you can't rule out when you're looking at the trends of, what the Democrats are doing, how things have been moving in motion. I don't know any single Republican who's like, what? They kicked him off of the Colorado ballot, so I'm going to vote for Ron DeSantis instead. Like, it's going to be the opposite direction. This does nothing but boost Donald Trump's campaign, and that's one thing that I'm kind of salty about when it comes to this. So, I don't know. Maybe you guys disagree. Maybe I'm wrong. And if I'm wrong in some way, definitely let me know in the comments down below. I'd be curious to hear your guys' take on this issue. But I just think that this is serious. This is unfortunate. And I don't see any positives that can come out of this. Unless of course the Supreme Court rules in Trump's favor, then everything's Gucci. But I don't know. Other than that, all right. Let's see here. What have we got? We've got some videos to react to before the debate. Because, not everything has to be all grim and serious. So let's talk about racism. Breaking Points apparently reacted to some policy of Ben Shapiro's where he supports Jewish hiring quotas or something. Ben Shapiro is not one that I would have assumed was a supporter of racism. However, we're talking about pro-Jewish racism, and Ben Shapiro is Jewish, so I could see him being biased in some way, just as we see many black people calling for racism in favor of black people and many white people calling for racism in favor of white people, right? This sort of thing generally happens, but it's a little bit disappointing if this is something that Ben Shapiro is calling for, because I think that he's always been against stuff like DEI, stuff like what's it called, affirmative action, reverse racism, all that stuff. I think he's been generally opposed to that. So I'm curious to see what it is he actually said.
Let's go to the next part here. Let's go ahead and put this up there on the screen. So this is one where we just can't look away, because the flip on a dime from saying things like affirmative action is bad to now instituting straight up Jewish quotas is now taken a mere 24 hours. Here's Palantir.
That's crazy.
This is a company that has security software. They license the CIA to a lot of other financial institutions and all that. They say, we at Palantir have been committed, and let's please leave this up, to defending the principles that make democratic rule possible since our founding 2 decades ago. Our software embodies our values and commitments. We believe these values must be backed up by actions. So they say students on campuses are terrified and have been instructed by administrators to hide their Judaism. I do not believe that has literally ever happened. They say we are launching an initiative for students who, because of
I see. What he's saying is he doesn't know if administrators have instructed them to hide their Judaism. I mean, it's possible. I mean, I'm sure that more than even administrators are calling for them to hide their Judaism. Like, there are probably many peers who'd be like, oh, don't let them know that you're a Jew. Because of how things are escalating on certain college campuses. That would not shock me at all.
Anti-Semitism, fear for their safety on campus, and need to seek refuge outside traditional establishments of higher education. They are welcome to join Palantir, and we are setting aside 180 positions for them immediately. More details.
Wait a minute. So they literally are like, hey, we need 180 more Jews. Like, is that like literally what they're doing? That's crazy. Now, if they're saying, hey, we've got some job openings and we do not discriminate against Jews, so apply if you wish, that would be fine. That would be better. Because I'm sure that there are going to be some companies who are going to be like, maybe not a lot of companies, but there are probably going to be some companies who are going to say, hey, we are free Palestine homies, right? Let rock on Hamas, let the resistance reign from the river to the sea, et cetera, et cetera. And, there are probably going to be some people who are going to be like, we don't want Jews in our establishments, or we don't want Jews working for us. So it is a selling point if you're going to be like, hey, we do not discriminate against Jews. We support Jews. Come work for us. But that is different from saying, hey, we've got 180 Jewish only seats, just sitting there empty at our cubicles. We need more Jews to come work for us. Like, that is... Nah, I'm gonna say it. It's racist. You can't be like, we need more Jews. We need more Jews to come work for us, and if you're black or white, you cannot apply. I'm sorry. Like, that's absolutely ridiculous.
To follow. So there's a lot going on here. One is that this is a straight up quota. There's no other way to describe it. This is a quota for Jews at an American company. Someone might want to tell them that violates the most basic practices of hiring and of discrimination, regardless of whether it's applied to blacks or whether it's applied to Jews. And I've definitely criticized it whenever I've seen it in that direction. And I probably, look, I don't know all the people behind Palantir. I only know one person. He is somebody who I have heard rail against racial admissions preferences. And it's like, what happened, man? I'm not going to drop names, but it's like one of those where that's not what you do whenever you're friends with somebody, but it's outrageous. And
wait, so Ben Shapiro supported Palantir?
you know, you see too, a guy like Ben Shapiro, who has been against this type of stuff and again, has made millions of dollars preaching against it. And now immediately, put this up there, he says, love this. Love this. Yeah, we love it. And then
love racial quotas.
Well, to be fair, I'm sure he's biased because that means that his kids have guaranteed jobs at Palantir now.
It out. Hours later, he followed up and said, but they should open it up to everyone, regardless of whether they fear anti-Semitism or not. Time to take the talent pool of the entire college and university scam and hire them away. And look, I have respect.
Isn't that like the obvious like knee-jerk reaction? Like, just hire everyone, don't just hire Jews. Like, why should it take you multiple hours to be like, hey, you know what? Maybe I should say that literally everyone should have an equal opportunity at a job regardless of their skin color. You know what? Maybe that'd be something important to add. Like, I feel like that should be something that just comes naturally, that you would just naturally add when you see Palantir being like, hey, Jews, come work for us. We need 180 of you guys.
Respect for Ben on some levels, mostly at a business perspective. But for me, to watch somebody like this, who so clearly just abandoned so much of what they stood for to directly get himself involved in a conflict and then cheer on things happening again in the United States. Saying, the direct quota systems for saying and allegedly making up shit like people have been told to hide their Judaism on campus. Show me one example of that. And same with these students. I'm going to keep calling these people. I hate doing it because I hate targeting individual ones, but they're the ones who put themselves in the discussion. One of them claims that one of their professors called them a dirty Jew. And it's like, okay, name him then. Name him. Because if you can't, then I don't believe you.
Show the proof.
Yeah, it's like, my Smollett rule is I don't believe you if you're going to make an allegation like this unless you've got literal proof on video.
I mean, is it unbelievable? It's not entirely unbelievable. I mean, I'm sure that it's happened before and no one's reported it. But he does make a good point that if you're talking about an individual case, you do have to bring up proof.
And they're like, oh, well, we feel unsafe because we have to walk past posters who have written. I walk past annoying posters here in Washington all the time. Try living here during BLM. It's annoying as hell. Guess what? That's life. I could also have the freedom to get up and leave the city anytime that I want. Yeah. That's the whole point. Or all of these RBG is a hero ones, which I would hope at least pisses both off, Crystal, about how she's a feminist hero. I mean, I can't, or all of what are those dumbass signs like in this house we believe, whatever. It's like, yeah,
everything
live your life, man. Just, I sent you a photo just yesterday of one of my neighbors who has got a gay pride flag with the Israeli star in the middle of it. And,
that's a whole other
I just walk past it. It's right next to the Slava Ukraine, and I just keep walking my dog, even though it annoys me, because that's a free country.
This is the rough and tumble of democracy, friends. This
is
how it is. And so that those press conferences that Republicans are organizing, where they have these like privileged Ivy League students come out and be like, oh my God, I saw a poster. I had to walk by a protest.
Dude. Say it.
Well, and not only that. Okay.
I will say, it sounds very much like they're diminishing actual anti-Semitism that's been happening on college campuses. We've seen college students getting like chased and, forced to barricade inside of rooms, right? Because they're being chased by mobs of students who were, pro-Palestine homies, right? So let's not act like there's no anti-Semitism going on college campuses. It sounds like they're kind of using this whole situation to bash the idea that anti-Semitism is even a problem on college campuses. When we literally just had like 3 major like Ivy League school presidents, all of whom were female, go in and say like, we are not even sure if calls for genocide would, constitute as against our school policies, basically, in front of the entire world. And now we're going to sit over here with our coffee mugs being like, oh, these privileged Ivy League students over here thinking that anti-Semitism is a problem in American colleges and universities. Like, well, it certainly is a problem to some degree. Maybe some people are exaggerating it, yes. And it certainly is not a problem in most universities. So, for example, Cedarville University, with my alma mater, I suppose, I'm sure the anti-Semitism is not a problem over there. Christian college, but still, I'm sure there's not a problem over there. So, if you're gonna make fun of people for making things up, sure, that's fine. But don't act like this whole thing is not a big deal because some people have made up some stories that are tangentially connected to the issue of anti-Semitism.
If it was the other way, if it was Democrats organizing these press conferences and it was trans activists or it was black students or any other marginalized minority, Ben Shapiro would be first in line to mock the hell out of them as being little privileged snowflakes crying about having to see a freaking poster, okay?
I mean, maybe having to see a poster, but if black students were being barricaded by white students inside of a room at a college, I would be hard pressed to find any non-alt-right conservatives or Republicans, making fun of those people for, their distressing situation, for what happened to them. Like, does it not make sense that because anti-Semitism is a problem, that Jews are getting harassed in public areas and private areas, in coffee shops and in public, in the middle, on sidewalks in the middle of the road? Well, actually, no, there should be no sidewalks in the middle of the road, but on sidewalks and in other places, that people are taking these things seriously. So, and this is actually why people, for example, take minor infractions and microaggressions against black people so seriously, is because historically, black people have been oppressed in far more serious ways. So it is relatively more believable that, some racist thing has happened against a black person in America than some racist person has happened against a white person in America, because historically we haven't seen, tons of white people just running around in chains being held as slaves out of the hands of like black people, for example. So because, there's this well-known phenomenon of racism against black people, then anytime there's something that's a hint of racism against black people, people are going to be like, oh yeah, it's legit, it's actual racism. But and this is why if a Jew is going to complain about some poster, people are going to take them more seriously, because they also have seen the other stories of anti-Semitism that have been happening all across the country, not just all across the country, but all across the world as well. So this is kind of a serious thing, and they're kind of making themselves look a little goofy for belittling, the situation that's happening right now.
And now, like that, turn on a dime, and seemingly zero self-awareness. And with the Palantir thing in particular, I mean, this isn't even affirmative action, right?
Oh yeah, it's worse.
This is
straight up quotas.
Straight up quotas, which very few people on the left or liberals or whatever even call for.
It's not even a quota. It's not even a quota. A quota would be some sort of ratio. This is them literally saying only Jews are going to have these upcoming 180 positions. What a ratio is that? Infinity to zero? That's not a ratio. So not a ratio, not a quota, not affirmative action. It's worse. It's straight up discrimination and racism.
American life, when it comes to minorities who have suffered vast discrimination throughout our history. So you're just instantly like, yeah, quotas, I'm good for it. If they're, if they've experienced anti-Semitism on campus, quotas, we're ready for it. It's wild to watch how few people have any sort of consistency when it's a group that they have an affinity for, when it's a group that they see themselves either as part of or as an ally of. And this has been, it hasn't been across the board. There have been some people who have been like, you know what, like Vivek. I'll give him credit here, right? He's been consistent.
Easy for him to do because he's not Jewish, but yes, good on him.
And there have been a few people on the left who have tried to be consistent, even when it was more, the right that was pushing for free speech. I would just really please, everyone, regardless of whose side you feel like benefits in this particular moment, please try to have some shred of dignity and some shred of a principle that is consistently applied here, because otherwise you're going to end up endorsing things that make you look absolutely ridiculous and should not be tolerated in any sort of a situation.
I could not agree more.
Hey guys, if you like that.
I mean, generally, yes, like, you know, the racism is awful, but I'm just surprised that they spent that whole time to just make fun of people who were concerned about anti-Semitism. Like, anti-Semitism is a legit problem. I don't know why you guys are making fun of that. That makes no sense to me. And they should know that anti-Semitism is a serious problem, because I'm sure that they've covered actual instances of anti-Semitism across the country and across the world. So like them just kind of just like mocking Jewish victims of anti-Semitism is just, it's a bit odd to me. All right, let's see here. Let's see, checking the chat. Let's see what we have here. Jot said, I can tell you why I'm in the hospital. I got my final x-ray today and I'm good now. Still very sick. Oh. Did you fall and get hurt? Jot said Trump can't be president. I mean, he should be able to be president. It's not a matter of like, can he be president through like the traditional electoral process that we have, you know, established in the United States of America. It's more of, will people stop him? Yeah, that's really like the main thing. All right, here we've got this video from Freedom News TV. This video is called "Protesters Storm Penn Station for Gaza." Wait a second. Hold on. Is this a metro area? Is this a metro area? Because I remember covering the whole situation with Kai Cenat and the PlayStation riots, where there are people who were running around swarming a metro station in New York, and they went rounded up those people and carried them away. So I wonder if these people are going to similarly be arrested or not. Now, I mean, to be fair, it looks like people are able to go to and fro, so it's a little bit different. So if they're going to be more lenient because they're not necessarily keeping people from going where they need to go, I could understand that.
Yo.
Are those barricades up for construction, or are they up for the protest? To keep a clear area so that people can still go into the subway. I mean, this is pretty obnoxious. You know? I will say you got to give them props for being peaceful, right? You know, you can't say that for every Democratic protest or whatever. So good on them for being peaceful.
محمد في الأولين وصل على محمد في الآخرين وصل على محمد في الملأ الأعلى إلى يوم الدين اللهم أرنا الحق حقا وارزقنا اتباعه وأرنا الباطل باطلا وارزقنا اجتنابه الله السلام عليكم ورحمة الله لا إله إلا الله والشهيد حبيب الله.
Dude, that's gonna be annoying. Like, bro, imagine coming home from a long day of work. You've got to hear these goons running around here being like free Palestine. Like, yo, like, I'd be like, man, I'm just trying to chill. You know, I had a long day at work. I just want to relax. And then when you've got these like free Palestine homies over here screwing up my day, over here, low key, just like being like, screw Israel and the Jews. Well, actually, okay, maybe I'm being a little bit hyperbolic there, but like, this is not what I would want to see on my way home, if I'm being honest. Bro, this is so. And I'm gonna say this because I think I've said this before when it comes to Christians on stream, is I hate this performative like prayer or whatever that they're doing, where they're trying to tie their politics to they're trying to tie their religion to the political position to make their political position seem more righteous, and then on top of that they're praying performatively. Maybe now, of course, I can't know the guy's motives, right? I don't know his heart, so it is possible that he is genuinely trying to pray to Allah, but it just comes off as he is just trying to pray publicly to be like, look, y'all, I'm praying to Allah, the God of Islam. Like under normal circumstances, would you really be like putting out prayer mats in the middle of Penn Station and praying to Allah out loud? No, you wouldn't. You're only doing this because of the situation that's happening in Gaza. So that's why stuff like this kind of rubs me the wrong way as a Christian. I'm just like, that's not an appropriate way to display your faith, in my opinion.
Allahu Akbar.
Like, bro, hey, they got them photos though. They got the photo out they were looking for, so maybe it was worth it.
Allahu Akbar.
Bro, this looks like it belongs straight up in like r/I'm the main character. But this is good. Like at least it looks like they're being peaceful. Showing us more praying and stuff. Okay, so it turns out that some people actually did get arrested. I did do some research over here. So it turns out some people did get arrested during this protest. Police made arrests after hundreds of pro-Palestinian protesters marched their way through Midtown Manhattan Monday. The demonstrators started at around 3 p.m. at Grand Central Terminal before packing the Port Authority bus terminal and Penn Station. They then marched down to Greenwich Village. See, here's the thing. Remember the Kai Cenat riots? They went and rounded up people and threw them in jail or whatever because they were rioting in front of the metro station in New York, preventing people from, actually using the metro station. Now, there was some violence, yes, so, it's not exactly the same situation, but if you have a situation where there are so many people around Penn Station, and I would argue that it would be somewhat difficult to get to and fro, not impossible, but somewhat difficult to get to and fro, that, like, it makes sense that some people would be rounded up and arrested. Now, it says here, a large number of NYPD officers followed the demonstrators, resulting in several arrests at multiple locations. There's no word yet on the exact number of arrests or the charges. That is interesting because I'm curious to see what those charges would be. It says here, at one point, actor Alec Baldwin somehow got caught up in the protest. Oh, wait, that's from this situation? I didn't know that. I heard that he got caught up in some protests, but I didn't know what those protests were.
I don't get it, Alex. Why did Alex Baldwin? Give us some room.
Oh boy, this is awful. See, bro, this is one of the downsides of being a celebrity, right? Is that like people are just gonna mob you and corner you and they could actually hurt you.
Oh, now they know where you hang out. You coming again?
What's happening here? There's more footage of this situation too. I just wasn't particularly interested in reacting to the whole Alec Baldwin situation, but I think he ended up getting escorted by police out of the area, so that's good. The march also disrupted some bus service, with several lines running with delays as protesters made their ways along 42nd Street, along 6th Avenue, and 8th Avenue. So interesting, like, and this is kind of like, where's that line, right, when it comes to public protests? Because I think pretty much all of us would be like, you shouldn't be able to march down in the middle of the street and disrupt traffic and keep people from going to work or going from work just because you're having a tantrum over some political issue, right? I think that just makes sense. But at the same time, you do have a right to protest publicly. So if you are, at a metro terminal, right, you should have the right to publicly just say whatever, shout, be loud, be obnoxious. It is your First Amendment right to be loud and obnoxious. It's a shame that it's quite inconvenient, because if you want to use the metro, you can't just avoid those people. You do have to go through them because they're there. But at the end of the day, I do have to give them props for being peaceful and carrying themselves well, at least in that regard, because not all progressives do that. So good on them for that. I mean, awful, I don't at all support what they're supporting, but I could at least be like, you're going about it in a relatively right way, casting aside, of course, them, performatively praying and all that stuff, because that stuff was goofy and cringe. Hey, yo, what's up? We've got GLXSKY. GLXSKY. Is that Galaxy? Glizzy? I don't know how to say your name. But hey, so it's cool to see you in the chat, man. I actually saw, I this was like months and months ago, but I don't know if you saw in your Discord, I sent a link to, I think, some reel that I saw with like millions of views that had you in it. And I was like, yo, that's cool. That's Glizzy. Like, but anyway, it says, Galaxy said, hey, newbie, I hope you're doing good. It's great to finally make it to one of your streams. Nice. It's good to see you too. I think you love YouTube, which is why I haven't seen you as much. I don't know if you're go live on Twitch or Cake or whatever. So oh yeah, I remember the Kai situation. Yeah, that was crazy. That was actually one of my favorite videos to do though, when it comes to like the Non-Newbie Highlights channel. Like, that was fun. Has some good editing in that too, I think. But also, we've got this video here from Decoy Voice. I don't know what this video is about. Oh, hold on. Oh, this is about the racist Christmas party. Okay.
Boston's Mayor Wu continues to fail the Celtic City, as apparently she held a Electeds of Color holiday party, but accidentally sent it to the white officials. Now, obviously, she got slammed for dreaming of a non-white Christmas,
That's
but
crazy.
in her response, she just doubled down.
People understand that it was truly just a...
Well, of course she doubled down, because there's not going to be any consequence for anti-white racism. So she could be free to be like, oh yeah, I wanted to have this event. I don't want no white people hanging out with me on Christmas Day. You crazy?
An honest mistake that went out in typing the email field, and I look forward to celebrating with everyone at the holiday parties that we will have besides this one as well. So,
as apparently the party still happened, but
That's
I guess
crazy.
it makes sense because going after whites is pretty on brand for her.
I'm getting used
Really?
to dealing with problems that are expensive, disruptive, and white. I'm talking about snowflakes. I mean snowstorm snowflakes.
As Shoehornhead posted
Sure,
on
yeah,
Twitter,
okay,
pointing out
dude.
the odd phenomenon of politicians that would exclude white people in public, oftentimes exclusively include them in their privates. Now, I
Oh.
strongly believe people should be free to date
Okay, sorry.
anybody regardless of race, as I do understand there is this particular pocket of Asian men that seem oddly obsessed with criticizing Asian women like Wu. And I even hate bringing it up, but in my experience, those guys are usually the ones that themselves have a hard time dating outside their race, so I honestly just see it as sad jealousy. But my personal issue with Wu is putting politics over family, as every time she goes on television demonizing people like her husband, every time she excludes an entire race at a Christmas celebration, every second she's in political power and she's not speaking out against affirmative action in her own city, she's making the world a little worse for her own kids.
That, like, yo, imagine, right? Imagine, like, being a white husband to an Asian woman who is constantly being racist against white people in public. Like, that has to, how would that make you feel? You know, like, that's got to be degrading to some degree.
And if you,
but then again, you know, not all significant others have self-respect.
Of action in her own city, she's making the world a little worse for her own kids. And if you really think about why she's doing this, it's for nothing more than political power. And I understand the phrase child sacrifice may be too extreme here, but that's exactly what her party is demanding, and that's exactly what she's giving them. It's disgusting. And I don't really understand how she can get a single vote now, because if she's willing to sell out the future of her own kids, what do you think she'd be willing to do to the average citizen's interests? I don't want to look too far into symbolism, but this really seems to be about servitude, so maybe that's why there's so many self-deprecating demands from the Democrats. As it's not just Wu, AOC also seems to be obsessed with their supremacy.
White supremacy. The emergence of white supremacy. White supremacy is a fact.
With this being her fiance, Kamala Harris seems similar.
Yo, maybe Alex Stein did have a chance with her after all. Yo. Bro!
Supremacy is a fact.
With this being her...
Dude, I had no idea that the fiance of AOC was as white as the driven snow. I was not ready for this. Y'all should have prepared me.
Fiance, Kamala Harris seems similar.
The white nationalism. White supremacy. White supremacist extremists.
As the second gentleman is the same.
Wow.
And peculiarly, even political commentators have this in common.
White nationalist racist diatribe. White supremacy.
But it has to do with white power.
As Don Lemon is married to this man.
Wow.
And again, I'm not critical of people dating whoever they want. Half the girls I've dated weren't Asian, and none of them were this bizarre combination of curly-haired Kirkland brand Korean that can't speak correctly. So I'll never understand why people make it their political stance to ostracize the types of people that they like to sleep with. Although, I do seem to criticize unemployed behavior, and my ideal woman would be unemployed while she raised my children. Oh my god. Which brings me to the bizarre conclusion that is, it's a fetish. As this is even trending on TikTok.
I will sleep with a white man. I will sacrifice myself for the greater good. And my babies will be Asian. They will learn my language, and they will not be white.
Now, I can't quite tell if this TikToker is just a troll baiting engagement.
That's so
but
weird.
even if she isn't serious, she's still a parody of actual politicians doing things surprisingly similar to what she's suggesting. And what an awful world that we would live in if there's actual politicians developing discriminatory policies, all because it's part of their fantasy fulfillment.
Dude, it's so weird. Like, now maybe it helps that I didn't grow up in a racist household, right? Even a black household, you know, right? Still not racist. So maybe I'm blessed in that regard. But it's like, you know, whenever I hear people making such racialized statements, it always makes me be like, bro, why are we talking about race? Like, what? like why? And like, especially if people are going to be like, all my kids are going to have my skin tone. They're going to have all my genes. They're going to have my eye color. I'm like, why are you so obsessed with this? This sounds like the exact same things that like alt-right folks would say, like the white supremacists, the people who are anti, miscegenation, interracial marriage, or like interracial marriage and having children, that are mixed. Like they would be like, no, you got to marry the person with the right genes so that the children, look right, and then those children have to go and marry people of the right ethnicity, so then you can keep the bloodline pure. And it's like, this is literally the same rhetoric that white supremacists are using. Should we not say, hey, maybe all of this racial language should be banished from the social consciousness? not in that is not something that we should ever like even know about, but in a way where it's like demonized, right? Like people shouldn't feel like they can at least openly be like, oh yeah, I want all my babies to be white, or I want all my babies to be black, or all my babies to be Asian, or all of this. Like it's so weird how comfortable people are with being racist when the race that they are or the race that they support or whatever is one that is looked favorably upon in society versus one that's looked negatively upon in society, which I guess should not be surprised. Like no one was trepidatious about being racist against black people, prior to the Civil War in the United States of America. And I don't think many people were being trepidatious about being racist against white people in South Africa, right? Because most people in South Africa, like the black folks or whatever, they hated the white people over there, the farmers and stuff. So, it does sort of make sense to a degree, but also the comparisons to that make it make sense are not ones that make us look great. It's like, oh yeah, you know what? This is just like the black people who went and lynched the white farmers in South Africa. Like, no, we don't want to compare ourselves to that. That's not the society that we want. Or it's like, oh, it's just like America before the Civil War. Like, no, that's not the America that we want. So ironically, the same types of people who are going to be like, oh, Donald Trump wants to make America great again. When was America great before the Civil War? They're also the ones who are legitimizing the same types of rationalizations for who they're going to marry, who they're going to date and whatever. The same types of things about, rationalizing racism as well, which is, what many people who were slave owners did, and people who kicked off the whole trend of having black slaves in the United States of America. As one major thing that they did is they rationalized, treating people differently because of their skin color. Those are things that were done when they were saying that Donald Trump was saying that America was last great before the Civil War. This is crazy, but if you look at it for what it is, then you're going to look at it and be like, this is actually bad. Maybe we should, turn away from racism rather than supporting it.
But if you enjoy me taking serious subjects and coming to insane but somehow realistic conclusions over my concise, lighthearted commentary, hopefully I've earned your subscription, then go check out the video on how race scripting in sports is finally backfiring.
Oh boy, yeah, that was a whole situation too. Oh no, good video. But this racism is crazy. This is absolutely ridiculous. Oh, Galaxy says, I don't know if I want to be a streamer anymore, LOL. I feel like getting right with God is more important to me right now. Yeah, that's fair. And like, hi, Key. Look at your type of content. That was not the type of content where you would be, I don't think it'd be helpful for you getting good with God. I mean, you can get right with God and still stream. Like, Gideon is doing that pretty well. Young Don is doing that pretty well. Ruslan's been doing that. He was a Christian long before he even started streaming on YouTube. So you can be a Christian and be a content creator, but if you want to make sure you're focusing on your walk with God, then by all means do that and take a break from streaming for a bit. Hold on, wait a second. Have you like converted or something? Like, did I miss like a conversion video? I mean, you still have videos up here of you reacting to football. Oh, but like, high key. Come on. This is a lot. That's a lot more wholesome than I rizzed up a single mom on Monkey app. So it looks like you came a long way. Your content's a lot more wholesome now. Like, what the heck? This is cool. Like, dude, you leveled up. This is like, oh boy, I saw the video. It's so cringe. Where the guy is kissing the car and stuff. But like, this is not the type of content I was watching before. Because if I'm going to be honest, I was watching some of your, like, I was watching you like react to like these like blind dating videos or like these like Jubilee dating videos. And I was like, I don't know if this is the type of stuff I want to watch. And then I was like seeing you and chat get all toxic and stuff. And I was like, I don't know if that's for me. Right? Like, I wish you the best. And I wish that you get success, but that's not for me. But now you're doing like NFL reactions, music reactions. Like, this is more wholesome content. This is good. Like, I'm glad that you're kind of moving into like this new era of content. I mean, if you're going to be doing this, I would say keep on doing that. Galaxy says, oh no, just NFL reactions. Isn't these are old? Please no. No, my whole point is to talk about how you've changed and grown and matured as a content creator. It's not bad to look at your old stuff as long as it's made clear that that's not where you're at right now. Right? You're not raising up single moms on Monkey App anymore. You're moving on to better things. It's true. So that's something to be proud of. That's not something to be like, oh no, hide my old Monkey App videos. I mean, if you decide to do that, I wouldn't necessarily blame you. Gideon deleted all of his prank videos. But I think if you're growing spiritually too, you know, having the old stuff out there kind of serves as a testament to how far you've come as well. So, but that's just my 2 cents. My opinion. I'm just some like 32-year-old. Here we have a video from Vivek Ramaswamy, my favorite presidential candidate for the 2024 presidential election. Here collabing with Jake Paul. Apparently he got to sit front row as Jake Paul knocked out his opponent in the first round. Dude's right next to Logan Paul, by the way. That's cool. I mean, not necessarily that cool. I don't like Logan Paul, but like...
I can feel it. I gotta get used to this, you know. I wear this to the next debate. You know?
That'd be cool. He should be allowed to wear it to the next debate for sure.
I'm tired of this scramble. Well, that's too damn bad. We get it. That's pretty big. We get it.
In Florida.
We're in Florida. Ready to roll.
Bro, I just want him to just like walk up and be like, so the nuclear family is the single greatest form of governance known to man. Like,
How's doing? Good to see you. Thank you, Gary. It's a little warmer down here.
Nice. They're rolling deep.
Up the robot.
Taking the whole security squad over here. What is? They got Cletus from Fox Sports. What is this?
Robot, you gotta move out the way, Playboy.
Good to see you.
How you?
Good to see you guys. Yeah, ready to roll tonight?
Yeah. Come on, watch us handle business.
Should be good, exactly. Good stuff. Good stuff, man. Shit, what up, bro? How are you?
Ready to roll
Let's
tonight.
fucking go. Good. Let's do it. Let's go. Welcome to the fun, bro.
I'm pumped up.
Yes, bro.
That's the problem bot right there.
Yeah, I love that, man.
Bro, thank you for
That's
coming.
good. Thank you for having me.
Let's
man.
go.
I'm excited. We're gonna watch you knock this out tonight.
Dude called it. Dude called it.
Easy work.
How you doing, man? Pleasure, bro. It's good to see you. Yeah.
This is our first time meeting in person.
Yeah, it is. Absolutely. Yeah, man. I feel like I know you.
Wow.
Good.
Yeah,
Doing well.
yeah. Likewise,
Get
bro.
pumped up for tonight. This guy's getting ready to win tonight.
Dude's gotta go in impulsive, by the way. Like, Vivek Ramaswamy needs to be an impulsive. That would be a moment.
I'm ready. I'll blow it out. I'm excited for you, man. Yeah. Is this your room?
Yeah.
No, my first time, man. A boxing fight. Oh, first time to boxing fight. Yeah. I'm making a good one.
I think it's gonna be a lot.
I'm pretty pumped for it. I read about it today.
Yeah, no, I think it's gonna.
You've been to a lot of this?
All of his.
Yeah.
I had a wrestling match one night and flew to his fight, which was also the same night.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
That's good.
Like made it in 15
And
minutes.
you do, was it a celebratory trip? You win that? Oh, that's good.
It was good.
It's more fun when you win that. Yeah. How you doing, man?
That's
Good to see
true.
you, bro. How you been? Yeah, good. Excited for tonight.
Yeah, man.
It's actually my first boxing fight.
Really?
Yeah. In person.
Yeah.
So
It's another level when you know somebody. Too.
Yeah, it is. Oh, we're rooting for it all day.
We got a new U.S. champ in the building.
What is this? What can anyone explain to me what this even is supposed to be? Like, who is that?
I am carrying the weight of serious.
Yeah, first one ever. Yeah.
Oh, are you so nervous?
No, I'm pretty pumped.
I love that you're here. Is Aporba here?
So she just got to Iowa.
Yeah, I was just wondering like where his family was, but then I was like, well, maybe he doesn't want his family to be in this type of environment.
Do you read all my things where I'm like, I love that, I love that, I love that?
Oh, I see him. Yeah. They already asked them on stage. No, I know. I saw it. Yeah, TikTok. Yeah. They want to ban it as opposed to actually reaching young people on it. For sure. I saw it. The response was pretty cool.
If you feel I miss them, I don't mind letting them know, but be respectful. You know what I'm saying? Any questions, sir?
Yeah, no, none.
For you, sir. All right, good luck, champ. God bless. All right.
I want to see this knockout, though. I want to see this knockout.
U.S. champ. You're the new U.S. champ. I'm into this.
What was your coach
No, this has to be one of the best presidential campaigns, I would say, in like the past like several years. Like, I don't think that he's going to win the GOP nomination the way that things are trending right now, but like people should study this as a blueprint. Like if Ron DeSantis had the people skills to pull off what Vivek Ramaswamy is doing right now, I think it'd be 50-50 between him and Trump. Not gonna lie.
2008 world champion.
Oh, not just Jake.
Oh no, man, I'm that world-class fighters.
Okay. Yeah. I can get some advice from you. Let's start from the bottom.
Yo, dude, interactive. Yo. Oh, Vivek made it up there. Oh man, yeah, that's night.
Hey, he said he voted for Biden.
That's funny. See, I saw that on Instagram. I was wondering if that would be in the vlog. That was funny.
I see you.
Cold at 8, the first round
knockout. I think we saw that coming, and we actually saw it coming with the black gloves too. So I told him, good job. He did his job. Now we're gonna go do ours.
Off to Iowa.
Off to Iowa. Yeah, everybody's got to do their job. He got his job done. We're gonna get our job done.
That's cool. Tonight.
Good time tonight. Yeah, it was first boxing match. I gotta say, my track record of predicting things said I want to keep it intact. So knockout first round. That's what I called. Now what are we saying? Iowa caucus January 15th. Knockout upset. That's what's coming.
We'll see. There's still some time. I don't know if it's gonna pull off. I hope he does.
First. That's right. But I'm gonna pull up to Iowa and make sure you guys vote for this election. This election is gonna change the course of history, the most important one in centuries, for real. Register, be at the caucus, click the link, January 15th.
Bro, www. This is cool. I mean, we need more voters who are actively trying to connect with the younger generation, which Vivek is trying to do. It should not be just Vivek and no one else, right? Connecting with celebrities. I mean, Joe Biden to a degree is connecting with certain celebrities, but it's like these like weird, like LGBT folks that like don't even have much of a following, or at least like are not known by like a majority of people who are like the folks who are collaborating with the White House. Like most people know who Jake Paul is. Most people know who Logan Paul is. I think Vivek Ramaswamy has sat down and talked to like Tucker Carlson before. Like Vivek is getting in front of like more major household names, especially people who are not even viewed as being that political, which I think is a massive, massive asset, because it's one thing to talk in front of Tucker Carlson. It's another thing to talk to Jake Paul. So this legitimately should be used as a blueprint for how people run campaigns in the future. So I hope I wish Vivek Ramaswamy the best when it comes to the Iowa caucus. I don't know if he'll win, but I'll be rooting for him from home. We'll see what happens. Let's see. Guxley, the chat said, if you think I was being someone I wasn't. Yeah, like, and I could kind of actually tell. And that's part of why I was so disappointed at like how toxic your streams were to an extent, because like I could be like, I don't know, man, like that's toxic. You're like, no. Like you're like, no, chill. Like if you were actually toxic, bro, you would have done an epic rant against me like on stream if you were actually toxic. But like every time you were like, no, no. So part of me was like, maybe he's just like joking or whatever, right? But I mean, hey, you were successful enough to get in like an Instagram reel with like over 1 million views. So I mean, that's pretty cool. Anyways, it's time to finally react to this third GOP presidential debate. I've seen this one before. This was actually, I think, the best presidential debate so far. I was actually pleasantly surprised by how this one went. Let's see here. Hold on. Yeah, I was pleasantly surprised. Let me scrub here. This is from Rumble. Oh, Ronald McDaniel. No, please no. Okay, here we go.
Republicans battling.
Okay, there we go. All right. It's been a while since I watched this.
Tonight, a critical test in the race for the White House. 5 Republicans battling to become their party's 2024 presidential nominee. The candidates ready to make their case on why they're prepared to be commander-in-chief amid 2 wars on the world stage, how they plan to tackle stubborn inflation, and how they can unite a deeply divided electorate. Who is best to take on President Biden? And can any of them first beat former President Trump, who's far ahead in the polls? The candidates are here. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, former UN Ambassador Nikki Haley, entrepreneur Vivek Ramaswamy, former New Jersey Governor Chris Christie, and South Carolina Senator Tim Scott.
Bro, this music is lit. Yo, John Williams is goated when it comes to composing music. Like, this music is crazy. Man, this theme goes hard.
Republican presidential debate. Live from the Adrian Arsht Center in Miami, Florida.
And yes, you did hear me right. John Williams, the same person who did the music for Star Wars, did do the theme music for a lot of NBC News stuff.
And good evening, everyone. Welcome to the Republican presidential debate. I'm Lester Holt, anchor of NBC Nightly News.
Good evening. I'm Kristen Welker.
Why is the lip syncing not, on track with the the audio?
Moderator of NBC's Meet the Press.
Hello, I'm Hugh Hewitt, host of Salem Radio's The Hugh Hewitt Show. We are now just 68 days from the Iowa caucuses when Republican primary voters will begin to determine their party's nominee for president. Tonight, we'll question 5 candidates seeking that nomination on how they're best prepared to be commander-in-chief. And, of course, how best to bring down prices impacting Americans across the country. We have 2 hours for a serious debate on the issues that matter most to Republican voters. Candidates will have 1 minute and 30 seconds for answers and the opportunity for a closing statement. Follow-ups will be at the discretion of all of us at the table, the moderators. Invoking a candidate's name or policy does not necessarily mean the mentioned candidate is entitled to a response. We want to caution all the candidates not to interrupt or speak over your fellow debaters. If you talk over each other, the voters can't hear you. And given the critical issues we're facing specifically on the world stage, we want everyone to hear every word you have to say. Continued interruptions may result in loss of additional questions. And to our audience, please hold your applause so that the candidates can be heard. With that said, let's have a good debate. All right, our first question, the opening question, is one for all of you. Donald Trump is the first ex-president in more than 100 years to remain popular among Republican primary voters as his legal challenges mount. Governor DeSantis, let me begin with you on this one. Speak to Republican voters who are supporting Donald Trump. Why should you and not him be the Republican nominee to face Joe Biden a year from now?
Why does he look upset?
This country is in trouble, and the elites that have put us here, they don't care about you. They don't care that you're having to grapple with higher grocery prices or have higher gas prices. They don't care that your family's less secure because of the open border that's allowed drugs and even terrorists to come into this country. Well, I care. I am not going to sit idly by and let this country continue its downward spiral. We need leadership, and we need it now. I'll take the hits, I'll take the arrows, I'll take the slings, because ultimately it's not about me. It's about you. I will fight for you. I will make sure to lead this country's revival, and I will win for you and your family. Actions speak louder than words. We don't have time for excuses, and it's not something that we're going to be able to have all these distractions. As a veteran, I will get the job done. Now, if you look where we are now, it's a lot different than where we were in 2016. And Donald Trump's a lot different guy than he was in 2016. He owes it to you to be on this stage and explain why he should get another chance. He should explain why he didn't.
He should explain how Donald Trump has changed from 2016. I don't know that he's changed a whole lot from 2016. I think it's actually part of the problem. If you look at his track record in picking, GOP nominees for various midterm elections, for example, you had a 50-50 record. So, he has moved to a place where he's now out of touch with what the GOP actually wants. I wish that he had kind of been a little bit more cutthroat and explained the difference between him and Trump. All he basically did was say that Trump is different and he's hiding, which might be true. But I mean, that's not particularly a strong case to be made to vote for you instead of Trump.
Didn't have Mexico pay for the border wall. He should explain why he racked up so much debt. He should explain why he didn't drain the swamp. And he said Republicans were going to get tired of winning. We saw last night, I'm sick of Republicans losing.
Here we go. Yeah, this is right after the Ohio stuff. Okay, yeah, so here we go. These are all really good reasons to vote for Ron DeSantis over Donald Trump. I don't like Ron DeSantis. I think he's actually worse than Trump, but these are actually good reasons, at least, to not vote for Trump.
In Florida, I showed how it's done. 1 year ago here, we won a historic victory, including a massive landslide right here in Miami-Dade County. That's how we have to do it. So I promise you this, as the nominee, next November, I'll get the job done, and as president, I will deliver
your time
for
is
you.
up. Let me turn to Ambassador Haley. Audience, let me turn to Ambassador Haley. Why you and not the former president?
Well, I think you look at the fact that we're almost $34 trillion in debt. 60% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck. 50% of American families can't afford diapers. 1 in 6 American families can't pay their utility bills. You have parents who are worried about what's being said or taught to their child in the classroom. There's no transparency. We have anti-Semitism all over our college campuses, and students feel unsafe. You've got an open border where terrorists can come through, and we've got wars happening all over us, and there are dangers around us. Everybody wants to talk about President Trump. Well, I can talk about President Trump. I can tell you that I think he was the right president at the right time. I don't think he's the right president now. I think that he put us $8 trillion in debt, and our kids are never going to forgive us for that. I think the fact that he used to be right on Ukraine and foreign issues, now he's getting weak in the knees and trying to be friendly again. I think that we've got to go back to the fact that we can't live in the past. We can't live in other headlines. We've got to start focusing on what's going to make America strong and proud. And that's what I'm focused on doing. Let's make sure we pay down our debt. I think we need an accountant in the White House. Let's make sure that we have transparency in the classroom. As a mom, I know what that means. Let's make sure we secure our borders so that our families are safe. Let's get crime down, because our families want to know that they can be safe no matter where they go. And as the wife of a combat veteran, I will tell you, a military needs to know we have our back, and we need to make sure that America is strong.
Ambassador, thank you very much. And,
I don't like her. Maybe she's right.
Let me just caution the audience. Let's not go down this road. We've asked you to please, keep restraining yourselves, and it would be helpful so we can hear the candidates, because these are important issues, and the voters want and need to hear them.
Look, I'm gonna be honest. I like the applause. I like the applause. I like the boos. I will say that I don't like it when the boos drown out the candidates so you can't hear them. That happens way too often. If someone says something and then the audience boos, that's fine. It is interesting to hear the sentiments of the GOP donor class while they're in the room. But at the end of the day, Lester does have a point to some degree where, we should be able to hear the candidates as they're speaking.
Mr. Ramaswamy, let me turn to you. Please make your case. Why should you be the nominee and not the former president?
I think there's something deeper going on in the Republican Party here, and I am upset about what happened last night. We've become a party
for context, by the way, for context, right after the night before this, Ohio basically passed some sort of protections in their state constitution that protected abortion. So it is a great step backwards when it comes to the rights for the unborn. So it's a big defeat for Republicans as well.
Mr. Ramaswamy, let me turn to you. Please make your case. Why should you be the nominee and not the former president?
I think there's something deeper going on in the Republican Party here, and I am upset about what happened last night. We've become a party of losers at the end of the day. It was a cancer in the Republican establishment. Let's speak the truth. I mean, since Ronna McDaniel took over as chairwoman of the RNC in 2017, we have lost 2018, 2020, 2022, no red wave that never came. We got trounced last night in 2023. And I think that we have to have accountability in our party. For that matter, Ron, if you want to come on stage tonight, you want to look the GOP voters in the eye and tell them you resign, I will yield my time to you. And frankly,
yo, that's scathing. Now, when I saw this for the first time, I didn't even know who Ronna McDaniel was. But if you listen to what he says there, he makes a really good point. The GOP has had no major victories since Ronna McDaniel took charge of the RNC. And on top of that, what happened 2 years before she was the head of the RNC? Donald Trump won the presidential election in 2016. What happened after that? Donald Trump lost the presidential election in 2020. So, I think that there is probably some truth to a lot of what Ronna McDaniel is saying. Also, I've been hearing rumblings and rumors that Ronna McDaniel has been withholding money to certain Republican candidates because she's holding grudges against them. Like, this is not good. Now, I don't think you can blame everything on Ronna McDaniel. That's ridiculous. I think every candidate runs their own campaign, but at the same time, money is a massive part of the campaign process. If you're not getting money, you're not getting funds, you're basically having your campaign strangled slowly from the moment it's born, which I don't think is very fair if the person who's doing the strangling is the very person who's supposed to be giving you the money, who's supposed to be on your side, right? With Ronna McDaniel, it's supposed to be your job to make sure the Republicans win every single election that they can. So if all these rumors are true, if it is true that Ronna McDaniel is swinging things in favor for the Democrat Party, not the Republican Party, but the Democrat Party, it's a real problem. She should face some accountability.
Look, the people there cheering for losing in the Republican Party. Think about who's moderating this debate. This should be Tucker Carlson, Joe Rogan, and Elon Musk. We'd have 10 times the viewership, asking questions that GOP primary voters actually care about and bringing more people into our party. Do you think the Democrats, and we've got Kristen Welker here, do you think the Democrats would actually hire Greg Gutfeld to host a Democratic debate? They wouldn't do it.
That's true. And I don't know if Democrats have ever had a debate that's been on Fox News. Like a Democratic primary debate on Fox News, I don't think it's ever happened.
And so the fact of the matter is, Kristen, I'm going to use this time because this is actually about you in the media and the corrupt media establishment. Ask you, the Trump-Russia collusion hoax that you pushed on this network for years, was that real or was that Hillary Clinton made up disinformation? Answer the question. Go.
Mr. Roberts.
This is how we get our country back.
Yo, and that moment was so good. That moment was so good that she couldn't even help but crack a smile. And on top of that, she didn't have an answer. It turns out it was disinformation. It wasn't true that Donald Trump colluded with Russia. So, it's these sort of media failures make them look bad, and doing is throwing the egg on their face live on television.
We need accountability because this media rigged the 2016 election. They rigged the 2020 election with the Hunter Biden laptop story.
Mr. Ramaswamy,
and they're going to rig this election.
Your time is up.
Accountability.
Let me turn to Governor Christie. Why you, audience, let's not do this. Let's not do this. Let's let the candidates speak. Governor Christie, why you and not former President Trump?
Well, Lester, look, you said it at the beginning of the debate. We are dealing with extraordinarily important issues facing this country right now. We have our greatest ally in the Middle East under fire from a terrorist group that has committed to wiping them and every Jewish person in this world off the map. We have Ukraine with Vladimir Putin, a communist KGB dictator who wants to put the old band back together. He's starting in Ukraine, and he's going to move to the Baltics and Poland after that. We have inflation in this country that is choking every American family that wants to try to rise up and give their children a better life. And tonight, we need to decide which president is going to be the one to tackle the big issues, who's going to make this country look once again, not just inward, but look outward at the world and say America is the country, the indispensable nation that makes this a safer world. And in a safer world, American innovation, American hard work has always been the thing that has driven our country to greater things. I'm going to be the president who will do those big things. We're not going to be small, and I'll say this about Donald Trump. Anybody who's going to be spending the next year and a half of their life focusing on keeping themselves out of jail and courtrooms cannot lead this party or this country, and it needs to be said plainly.
Governor, thank you. Let me turn to Senator Scott. Senator Scott, you've said former President Trump can't win. Make your case to Republican voters.
Well, certainly. What I would say without any question is that the truth of my life destroys the lies of the radical left. We need a president and a candidate who will actually help our base solidify and attract independent voters into our party. The Great Opportunity Party is now...
I get it, but I don't know if there are so many independent voters that will save the Republican Party.
Winning back African-American voters and Hispanic voters because we are working on a foundation based on faith. Our nation is facing some deep challenges. It is the loss of faith in this nation that is a part of the erosion that we're seeing every single day. It's restoring faith, restoring our Christian values that will help this nation once again become the city on the hill. When Ronald Reagan talked about the city on the hill, he was coming from Matthew 5. When President Lincoln talked about a house divided, that was Mark. Our founding documents speak to the importance of a faith foundation. You don't have to be a Christian for America to work for you, but America does not work without a faith-filled Judeo-Christian foundation. I would be the president that helps us restore faith in God, faith in each other, and faith in our future.
You know what? This reminds me of Kanye West's 2016 campaign, where he was like, yo, I'm going to save the nation by telling people to have more kids and follow God. And I'm like, well, this is all fine and dandy, but where's the policy? This is not something that a president needs to do. You can have a big, strong social leader who is widely popular among the people promote these types of things. You don't need to be president in order to do this. And I am also similarly struggling to see here how Tim Scott's call for people to be Christian, to be Christian is something that a president exclusively needs to do. He's not describing anything that he can't do while not being president, is what I'm trying to say.
That focus, none of the issues, the policies matter. We have to get back to being a nation.
They do. That's literally what we are trying to decide here is which president is going to have the best policy.
That is, in fact, the city on the hill that believes in each other enough for us to fight for that future.
Senator Scott, thank you. We're going to turn now to the challenges facing...
Dude didn't even get any... Okay, there's some applause, but dude barely got even any applause. That was sad.
The next commander-in-chief. You'll all be fielding questions first from me and the Republican Jewish Coalition, and then from Kristen and Hugh. So as we continue forward, the Israel-Hamas war is barely a month old. Tonight, Israeli troops are fighting inside Gaza City with over 200 hostages who remain captive there, and civilian casualties mount inside Gaza. As President of the United States, what would you be urging Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do at this moment? Governor DeSantis.
I would be telling Bibi, finish the job once and for all with these butchers, Hamas. They're terrorists. They're massacring innocent people. They would wipe every Jew off the globe if they could. He cannot live with that threat right by his country. That Hamas should release every hostage and they should unconditionally surrender. I'm sick of hearing the media, I'm sick of hearing other people blame Israel just for defending itself. We will stand with Israel in word and in deed, in public and in private. And I can tell you, as governor, I actually did something about it. Biden's neglect has been atrocious. We had Floridians that were over there after the attack. He left them stranded. They couldn't get flights out. So I scrambled resources in Florida. I sent planes over to Israel, and I brought back over 700 people to safety. There could have been more hostages had we...
Donald Trump didn't do that.
Not acted. And I'll tell you this, I met the first plane load when they came to Florida, and one of the mothers pointed to a 6-year-old daughter, and she said, my daughter had been saying the last 2 nights, Mommy, I don't want to hear any more bombs, no more rockets. I just want to get back to Florida. So there's a difference between words and deeds. We acted and we saved lives.
Thank you. Ambassador Haley, what would you do? What would you be urging Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu to do? Would you consider a humanitarian pause, for example?
The first thing I said to him when it happened was I said, finish them. Finish them. And the reason is I worked on this every day when I was at the United Nations. And we have to remember that they have to, 1, eliminate Hamas, 2, support Israel with whatever they need whenever they need it, and 3, make sure we bring our hostages home. We need to be very clear-eyed to know there would be no Hamas without Iran. There would be no Hezbollah without Iran. There would not be the Houthis without Iran. And there wouldn't be the Iranian militias in Syria and Iraq that are trying to hit our military men and women if it hadn't been for Iran. And who is funding Iran right now? China is buying oil from Iran. Russia is getting drones and missiles from Iran. And there is an unholy alliance. We need to be clear-eyed.
I mean, also Joe Biden is giving money to Iran too, so I mean, there's that as well.
The last thing we need to do is to tell Israel what to do. The only thing we should be doing is supporting them and eliminating Hamas. It is not that Israel needs America. America needs Israel. They are the tip.
Wait, why does America need Israel? America doesn't need Israel. What would America get from Israel? Oil? Like I don't know, vacations to like holy sites. I think that a lot of people in the American government, yes, they do like going to the holy sites. Actually, I think it's a major reason why so many people in America, especially on the Christian side of things, in the Christian community, why they love supporting Israel. They want to defend the homeland because, let's be honest, if the Muslims got control of all that land, then they would certainly desecrate the holy sites. But putting all that aside, this is a war where America has been funding both sides. America's been giving money to Israel, but they've also been giving money to Iran. So, maybe America needs Israel to continue funding the American the military-industrial complex, but it's not like America necessarily needs Israel to survive. It's not like America will die if Israel ceases to exist.
Tip of the spear when it comes to this Islamic terrorism, and we need to make sure that we have their backs in that process.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy. Mr. Ramaswamy, any daylight between you and the candidates we just heard on this issue on what you would tell the Prime Minister?
Not in terms of what I would tell the Prime Minister, no. In fact, I would go one step further. The founding vision of Israel was based on the idea that they don't want to depend on anybody else's sympathy or direction in defending themselves. So what I would tell Bibi is that Israel has the right and the responsibility to defend itself. I would tell him to smoke those terrorists on his southern border, and then I'll tell him as President of the United States, I'll be smoking the terrorists on our southern border. That's his responsibility. This is our responsibility. That's how we move forward. But I want to be careful to avoid making the mistakes from the neocon establishment of the past. Corrupt politicians in both parties spent trillions, killed millions, made billions for themselves in places like Iraq and Afghanistan, fighting wars that sent thousands of our sons and daughters, people my age, to die in wars that did not advance anyone's interests, adding $7 trillion to our national debt. And Joe Biden sold off our foreign policy. Joe Biden's son, Hunter Biden, got a $5 million bribe from Ukraine. That's why we're sending $200 billion back to that same country. The fact of the matter is the Republican Party is not that much better. You have the likes of Nikki Haley, who stepped down from her time at the UN. Bankrupt or in debt was her family. Then she becomes a military contractor. She joins the board of Boeing and otherwise, and is now a multimillionaire. So I think that that's wrong when Republicans.
Hold on, wait a second. Is this indeed true? Hold on. Nikki Haley Boeing board. Is that true? Because if that's true, that's major. This is the type of thing where if the media was not trying to cover for Nikki Haley, making her seem like a front runner, that would probably sink her campaign. I mean, here we have how Nikki Haley went from friend to foe of government aid. Well, hold on, let's see. Defense news. Nikki Haley resigns from Boeing board over airlines bailout. This is 2020. Former UN ambassador Nikki Haley has resigned for the board of Boeing. So she was on the board of Boeing.
Republicans do it or Democrats do it. That's the choice we face. Do you want a leader from a different generation who's going to put this country first? Or do you want Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels?
All right, Mr.
In which case, we've got two of them on stage tonight.
Ramaswamy, thank you.
Wow.
Senator Scott, yes. Senator, same question to you about, you're the president, you're on the phone in the Oval Office with the Prime Minister, you tell him what?
Well, number one, I would tell Prime Minister Netanyahu, not only do you have the responsibility and the right to wipe Hamas off of the map, we will support you. We will be there with you. We'll stand shoulder to shoulder. There will be no daylight. But I would change the
shoulder to shoulder. What does that mean? Does that mean that we would be sending troops over to Israel? I mean, because they have some shoulders over there, so people are like, oh, like we should, we're going to support Israel. We're going to stand by Israel. And I'm like, I mean, okay, sure, fine. Like, I don't want any of us to go around supporting Hamas right now at this moment. But at the same time, to what extent will that support be? Will we put troops on the ground? These are questions that these politicians aren't necessarily answering with their responses to these questions here.
The station a little bit, though, and head back home to America. I would say to President Biden, diplomacy only is a weak strategy. Appeasement leads to war.
That's
From
true.
President Obama to President Biden, Obama sent millions to Iran. Frankly, President Biden has sent billions to Iran. That is why I've said that there's blood dripping from the hands of President Obama and President Biden. I would tell President Biden with great clarity, if you want to stop the 40+ attacks on military personnel in the Middle East, you have to strike in Iran. If you want to make a difference...
Wait. No, wait a second. He wants us to strike. No, the reason why we're getting boats that are hit with strikes over in Iran, not in Iran, but in the seas near Iran, is because we are throwing boats and American military forces in between the IDF and Houthi rebels, and our ships and our military personnel getting hit in the crossfire. It's not like the Houthis were running around being like, oh, let's see what American ships we can blow up. It's more like America moved a bunch of ships right near where there's this big old war in between the IDF and Hamas, and now we've had there was Hezbollah starting to get involved. The Houthis were starting to get involved as well, and America was like, you know what we should do? We should send some ships over to be really close by. And then now we're acting all shocked when the enemies that we have that are in the region start shooting rockets at them in between, like during their lunch breaks while they're trying to wipe Israel off the map. Like, what's up with this like surprise Pikachu face that everyone is throwing as if Iran and their allies are just nuking, well, not nuking, but just like launching all of these bombs at the American boats for no reason. We shouldn't be sending our ships over there in the first place, right? We're literally putting our ships in front of Iran while Iran is trying to attack Israel, and while Iran is attacking our boats, we're going to be like, oh, well, we'll defend ourselves if we have to. We're provoking them. What are we doing? We should get our stuff out of there.
You cannot just continue to have strikes in Syria on warehouses. You actually have to cut off the head of the snake, and the head of the snake is Iran and not simply their proxies. In order for us to have a powerful response from America, we have to be in a position of strength. As President of the United States, my foreign policy is simple. You cannot negotiate with evil. You have to destroy it.
All right, Senator Scott, thank you. Governor Christie, I want to get you to weigh in here.
Look, Lester, these problems.
I'm sorry. I don't know. I'll just say that was a very heavy request from Lester Holt here.
With evil, you have to destroy it.
All right, Senator Scott, thank you. Governor Christie, I want to get you to weigh in here.
Look, Lester, these problems are so big and serious that the first thing I would say to Prime Minister Netanyahu is pretty simple. America is here, no matter what it is you need at any time, to preserve the state of Israel. Remember that Hamas's main goal is to get rid of Israel, is to get Israel absolutely off the map. Now, there are three things I think I would say to him when he asked for advice. The first I would say is that it is absolutely your obligation to protect the territorial integrity of Israel. Secondly, to make sure you protect the security and the safety of your people. Every time something happens to compromise either one of those things, it creates greater unrest in the entire region. Second, you must go in and make sure that Hamas can never do this again. The fact is that Israel and their intelligence community failed. They failed here, and they failed the people of the state of Israel. And so we need to work closely and better together to make sure, one, that they're degraded, and two, that we know everything that's going on inside the Gaza Strip when it's going on, so that something like this can't happen to kill 1,400 individuals again. And the third thing is to keep your eye on the ball. Make sure that we continue to isolate Iran, work with the reasonable nations in the Middle East, the other Arab nations who want to partner with you.
That's true. I have heard that there are other Arab nations other than Iran who actually are in favor of, supporting Israel and having peace in the region.
Sure that we continue to isolate Iran so that their only friends in the world are the part of the evil foursome: China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea.
Governor Christie, thank you very much. And we're going to continue in this vein right now with a question from Matthew Brooks, the CEO of the Republican Jewish Coalition, a partner of the Republican National Committee in this debate. Here it is.
Given attacks by Iranian-backed proxy groups on U.S. military bases in Syria and Iraq, attacks that have wounded approximately 24 of our U.S. servicemen, do you support the use of military force by the United States against Iran?
Governor Haley, would you
please answer that?
Yes, I'd first like to say they're 5-inch heels, and I don't wear them unless you can run in them.
We got two of you on stage.
The second thing that I will say is I wear heels. They're not for a fashion statement. They're for ammunition. What we need to be doing for
This is silly.
Iraq
Hold on. Wait. First of all, this is silly because, what Vivek Ramaswamy did is he said, on stage we have two candidates who are basically Dick Cheney in 3-inch heels. That's what he said. And for some reason, Nikki Haley feels the need that she needs to defend the fact that she is wearing 3-inch heels. She has nothing to say about the comparisons between her policies and those of Dick Cheney, however. That is interesting. It's a fun deflection as well, because I think it sort of treats Vivek's attack there as if it's something that's trivial, when it's not necessarily trivial at all. It's fun, it's playful, but it is based on policy. It's it's a fun moment for sure. I will say that when she said that she wears her heels for ammunition, people were making fun of her. I did not understand why that remark did not land, because I think it's a very well-known trope for women to wear stilettos specifically, because the heels are sharp, they can take them off and then use them for self-defense. So the fact that that was lost on many right-wingers on Twitter since the debate was over was astounding to me.
Syria is, first of all, the idea that our men and women could be targeted and that we've allowed almost 100 hits to happen under Biden's watch is unthinkable. We need to understand this is Iran giving the green light, telling them what to do, and we shouldn't be doing the tit for tat like what Joe Biden has done. We need to go and take out their infrastructure that they are using to make those strikes with so they can never do it again. Iran responds to strength. You punch them one and you punch them hard and they will back off. But what we don't need is Biden falling all over himself to get back in the Iran deal, him giving $6 billion to get 5 hostages home, him telling Netanyahu now that he needs a pause or a ceasefire. We don't need him going and sitting there tiptoeing around Iran because he thinks they're going to do something.
Well, I do agree that a ceasefire is stupid. I don't think that we need to be striking Iran. We don't need to be striking Iran. Look, do we want another world war? Us declaring war on Iran would kick off, World War III. Because I think Russia, if I remember correctly, Russia is backing Iran. I think China is on Iran's side as well. So we get involved, Russia gets involved. Russia gets involved, I think everyone else gets involved too. It would be a catastrophe, like I think was it Breeze from the final episode of Fear Factory said, no one wants war. Like at the end of the day, no one wants the type of war that will strike the homeland. America likes making money off of war because the bombs don't land on the United States of America's mainland. That's why we're okay with war. If people were dropping bombs on Texas, every other week, we might have a problem. And those are the types of things that you expose yourself to if you actually move forward with these steps that will, in the end, kind of lead to a third world war. Now, I think it is good and important to note that Joe Biden, at least as far as I know, has not issued out strikes against Iran. I know for a fact the United States has not declared war against Iran. All of those things are very, very well and good. We need to keep on doing that. But at the same time, by throwing our ships right in front of one of our sworn enemies and then being shocked when they start shooting them out of the ocean, we are kind of giving some sort of justification to kick off such a conflict. We should not be doing this. This is not smart. This is not wise. This is not prudent. And this is something that needs to end.
Don't respond to an enemy and a terrorist with fear. You respond with strength. When you do that, that's when the world pays attention, and that's when Iran stops.
Thank you. Governor DeSantis, if I can continue with you. Just today, the U.S. launched another one of its limited airstrikes against targets in Syria, this time Iranian-linked facility. How far would you go militarily to hold Iran accountable?
Well, first, Matt, thanks for your question, and I appreciate what you've done over the last month. I know it's been very difficult for the community, and appreciate you guys rallying together in difficult times. I actually served in Iraq back in the day, and we had al-Qaeda in Iraq. You had Shia militias that were funded by Iran that were killing hundreds and hundreds of U.S. troops. And as Commander-in-Chief, I am not going to put our troops in harm's way unless you're willing to defend them with everything you have. Biden has them out there. They're sitting ducks. He's doing glancing blows. That's just inviting more attacks from the Iranians. I would say...
Why is Ron DeSantis the first person to point this out? This was like the obvious thing. One day I see in the news that, Hezbollah is attacking Israel. The next thing I hear is that America is setting up troops right next to Hezbollah. And then the next headline that I hear after that is Hezbollah starts attacking America. Well, what did you think was going to happen? What did you think was going to happen? How in the world is this most obvious escalation and apparent antagonization on behalf of Joe Biden when it comes to the America and Hezbollah and Iranian-backed forces? How is Ron DeSantis the first person to point this out when this is an easy layup?
You harm a hair on the head of an American service member, and you are going to have hell to pay.
No. Well, I mean, the problem is that you're putting troops right in front of Hezbollah and right in front of Iran. Like, if Iran was just like shooting American test pilots out of the sky, then I would say, yeah, we have recourses to go after Hezbollah. But we're talking about us getting involved in a war that Hezbollah has with somebody else, putting our troops right in the middle of the line of fire. They attack us, and then they're like, "Oh, we're gonna hit you with everything you got because you singed one of our soldiers' hairs." Like, Well, of course they did, right? Not even siding with Hezbollah at all, but it's like, what did you think would happen? So in this case, I don't think that we have sufficient recourse to go after Hezbollah at all.
We are not just going to sit there and let our service members be sitting ducks, and that's true whether it's Iran or whether it's any country on the world. We have to be strong, and we have to defend the people who defend us.
All right, thank you, Governor. Now our second and final question from Matthew Brooks of the Republican Jewish Coalition. Please watch.
Jewish students across the country are threatened and under attack. What do you say to Jewish students on college campuses who feel unsafe given the dramatic rise in anti-Semitism? And what do you say to university presidents and college presidents who have not met the moral clarity moment to forcefully condemn Hamas terrorism?
Mr. Ramaswamy, would you like to take that one?
Absolutely. I think the scourge of anti-Semitism across this country, including at places like my alma maters and places like Brooklyn Bridge in New York, it's sad to see, but here's what history teaches us. Anti-Semitism is a symptom of a deeper cancer in a country and a society that is lost, and we are lost. Several years ago when I wrote my first book, Woke Inc., I was talking about they were chanting death to America, death to white people, death to Christians. Nobody was waking up back then. Now it's even bad. Now they're saying death to Israel and worse. So it is wrong, but we have to get to the root cause here. Now, I think it's really important that we do this through leadership, not censorship. Leadership means fill that void with purpose and meaning. Dilute this wokeism and anti-Semitism to irrelevance. These kids, they have no idea what the heck they're even talking about when they're siding with Hamas over Israel. They are fools. But I also want to caution here, if we go the direction of Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley, with whom I respectfully disagree on this issue, pro-censorship, telling student groups to disband, mark my words.
Wow.
Soon they will say if you question a vaccine and its side effects, you're a bioterrorist. Soon they will say that if you show up at a school board meeting, you're a domestic terrorist. Soon if they say that J6 prisoners should be released, you're an insurrectionist terrorist. So that's where this road ends. We don't quash this with censorship because that creates a worse underbelly. We quell it through leadership by calling it out. These university administrators have lost their way, and we need leadership at the top in the United States of America that restores our founding values and that has no place for this kind of anti-Semitic hate.
Exactly. And, you know, I don't like it when the term fascism is bandied about, but it must be mentioned that, you know, I think that Nikki Haley and Ron DeSantis, both the type of candidates who they're so in favor of big government, in allowing the government to push for their own narratives. So, for example, like Ron DeSantis, kind of like criminalizing putting out anti-Semitic pamphlets in public or something like that. Several months ago, I made a video about it called like why I don't like Ron DeSantis. You can go watch that video for all the explanations. But these are the types of things that skew towards fascism. Also, Nikki Haley saying that she wants some sort of registry for every single American anonymous social media account so that she can track who is exactly saying what. Like, what are we talking about right now? Like, are we being serious? Like, this is supposed to be the Republican Party. This is supposed to be the party that is supposed to foster freedom. But instead, we're talking about criminalizing anti-Semitic speech because it's bad and we don't like it, which is true. But that's not in keeping with the First Amendment principles of the United States of America. And we're talking about literally tracking and keeping logs of what every single person in the United States is saying and making sure that we know who is saying what, trying to, it's essentially the government asking all social media platforms to dox every single one of their users, which is absolutely ludicrous and absolutely ridiculous. These are the types of reasons why some people will look at the Republican Party and say you are a party of fascists, is because we're having we're supporting these policies that are leaning in a fascist direction. Now, I'm not saying that Ron DeSantis or Nikki Haley would be a particularly worse president than someone like Joe Biden, but what I am saying is that they are willing to expand the powers of the government to the point where it leads down to the very real slippery slope that could be a future American fascist state, which could be weaponized by either side. It could be weaponized by someone who's far right or someone who is far left, some progressive Marxist or something. That's the danger that you have when you have all these politicians over here trying to increase the power of the government. It doesn't matter if Ron DeSantis is on the right side of cultural issues. That frankly doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the policies that he enacts will be weaponized by the Democrat that replaces him, either in Florida or as president of the United States. And that's why this is all very dangerous.
That's where I stand while respecting our Constitution.
Your time is out. Senator Scott, let me get you to weigh in on what you just heard.
Well, let me just say to every single university president in America, federal funding is a privilege, not a right. Number one. Number two, to every student.
I will say that America should not be using, America should not be, I think it's inappropriate to use money as a way to influence universities, though. If it's a public university, I say just give them the money. To a degree, I would say maybe it is even a right. I don't like the idea of using money to, to reward your political or ideological allies and punish those who disagree with you. That's completely unfair. It's completely biased. There should not be some sort of cooperation where it's like, hey, if you push my narratives, I'll give you money. But if you oppose my narratives, well, you can kiss that money goodbye. Like, that is not the way to go, I don't think.
Who've come to our country on a visa to a college campus, your visa is a privilege, not a right. Number three, any campus that allows for anti-Semitism and hate, to allow students to encourage terrorism, mass murder, and genocide, you should lose your federal funding today, period. To all the students on visas.
Well, I mean, calling for genocide is technically illegal. I could understand why you would want to pull funding from a university if they're calling for genocide of an ally's nation. Like, that does make sense. But generally, I don't like the idea of you allow people to support policies that are against state, support policies that are against the policies of the state. We should deny funding from you. I don't like that. I don't like that at all.
We're encouraging Jewish genocide. I would deport you from those campuses. We have to stand strong with our Jewish federal funding.
Is he saying you're not allowed to be a pro-Palestine homie and be on campus at a public university? That's ridiculous.
Funding today, period. To all the students on visas who are encouraging Jewish genocide, I would deport you from those campuses. We have to stand strong with our Jewish Americans. At the end of the day, we should not have our Jewish students.
Look, like, it makes sense if university wants to be like, hey, we're going to kick you out if you support genocide. Like, that's fair. But, like, unless you're telling people to actively go out and kill Jews, or you're providing material support to terrorists, that's a political position. That's a political opinion, right? Like, let's say you want to run around and being like, oh, hey, Russia should be able to just take over and annex Ukraine. That's a political position. But all of a sudden, when it comes to Israel, it becomes something entirely different. I don't know if that adds up to me.
In a library, being told to hide on our streets in New York, a Jewish citizen has the right to walk on the streets of America with no fear. They have the right to go to college campuses, go to class, and not fear. We will restore.
Okay, but in response, you want to strike fear into the people who are free Palestine homies? See, look, the point is that everyone should be safe, and everyone should, not feel like they're in danger of violent threats or whatever. There has to be a middle ground where people can voice their opinions, but also not feel threatened. Now, if you're going to say, River to the Sea, Palestine should be free or whatever, that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to kill the Jew who's sitting next to you in class, right? Now, if you are going around saying, hey, classmates, use all your pencils to stab Jews in the neck, well, that's entirely different. And that is, of course, something that should be banned from the schools and this should be cause for you to get arrested and go to jail. But that's very different than giving your own opinion about what should happen to the land in the Palestinian region.
Before that, I started working on anti-Semitism on college campuses in 2017 because even then there was a rise of anti-Semitism on college campuses. We must force the people off those campuses and
Senator
frankly,
Scott, thank you. Let me turn to the Governor DeSantis here. What do you think about what he just said?
I was the first presidential candidate to say, if you are here on a student visa as a foreign national, you're making common cause with Hamas, I'm canceling your visa and I'm sending you home. No questions asked. Second, I have friends here in Florida who their kids do not feel safe even going to university campus at all outside of the state of Florida. You have Jewish students fleeing for their lives at Cooper Union. Joe Biden should have the Department of Justice on these college campuses and holding the universities accountable for civil rights violations. When you should not have money going to these places. I already acted in Florida. We had a group, Students for Justice of Palestine. They said they are common cause with Hamas. They said, we're not just in solidarity, this is what we are. We deactivated them. We're not going to use state tax dollars to fund jihad. No way. And what is Biden doing? Not only is he not helping the Jewish students who are being persecuted, he is launching an initiative to combat so-called Islamophobia. No, it's the anti-Semitism that's spiraling out of control. Right. That is what we have to confront.
It's
and
true.
as president, I can tell you this, we are not going to stand for this on college campuses any longer.
All right, Governor, thank you. Let me turn to Governor Christie, and considering what he just said, you led a state with a sizable Muslim population. Last month, as you know, a 6-year-old Palestinian-American boy was killed in Illinois by his landlord. His mother was also stabbed more than a dozen times in what has been charged as a hate crime. What do you say to Muslim Americans who are also feeling afraid for their safety right now?
Lester, I'm the only one on the stage who's actually had experience in dealing with this. I was appointed by President Bush to be the U.S. Attorney in New Jersey on September 10th, 2001. And when I took over that job after the September 11th attacks, I had to deal with a situation in our state that was explosive. We're the most ethnically diverse state in this country. And so first, we heard credible reports about Jewish students and synagogues being threatened in our state in the aftermath of 9/11. We made sure that we sent federal agents to those synagogues and we protected them, and the same thing should be being done now. At the very same time, I personally went from mosque to mosque in New Jersey and met with the leaders of those mosques and with the members of the mosques. And I said to them, law enforcement is on your side to protect you, regardless of your religion, if you are going to comply with the law. And we developed fabulous relationships with Muslim Americans all across the state of New Jersey, and we stopped any hate crimes that were going on either against Jewish Americans in New Jersey or Muslim Americans in New Jersey. It takes leadership, Lester, to know how to do this. You must work with both sides. Both sides need to know it, but let us never have a false moral equivalence between Hamas and Hezbollah and the Jewish people. The Jewish people stand for right and justice, and Hamas and Hezbollah stand for death.
Governor Christie, thank you. Ambassador Haley, what do you say to Americans who are simply afraid right now in this current environment that we're talking about?
I think, you look at the country, and the country is all out of sorts. I think, look at what these kids are dealing with on college campuses. What makes me so angry is not only do you have the kids barricaded in the library, they've said they were going to shoot up the kosher dining hall. You've got kids' dorm rooms who are being set on fire because they have something related to Israel on their doors. No person should ever feel in danger like this. And this is what I would say about our college presidents, is if the KKK were doing this, every college president would be up in arms. This is no different. You should treat it exactly the same. Anti-Semitism is just as awful as racism, and we've got to make sure they're protected. And for everybody that's protesting on these college campuses in favor of Hamas, let me remind you something. Hamas said death to Israel and death to America.
True,
they
true.
hate and would kill you too. And the idea that they're talking about genocide for the Jewish people, that's not the values of America. That's not us. We're better than that. We don't need to celebrate terrorists. We don't need to celebrate genocide. We don't need to celebrate violence towards anybody. We need to go back and soul search in our country and remember what we are about. And we are about taking care of people, not going and making them live in fear because some other terrorist activity says they want to destroy them.
Ambassador, thank you. Kristen.
Lester, thank you. This is another question for the entire field, so you will all get a chance to respond. But Senator Scott, I'd like to start with you. The United States has given Ukraine financial and military support since the war began more than 600 days ago. President Zelensky told me on Sunday if Russia isn't stopped now, quote, the price will be higher for the United States, and Americans would be forced to, quote, send your sons and daughters to defend NATO countries. Senator Scott, where do you stand on more funding for Ukraine?
I certainly have been very supportive of Ukraine. I believe that ultimately we should make sure that the President of the United States states what is America's national vital interest in Ukraine. It is actually in degrading the Russian military. We've been very effective using our resources and our weaponry and the incredibly high price of Ukrainian blood to achieve that objective. Every day we get closer to the degradation.
Wait. Did he literally say that we are using the blood of Ukrainians to degrade the weaponry of Russia? To weaken their military? I mean, I guess it's technically true, but that's an interesting way to put it.
Of the Russian military, and that's good news. But the American people are frustrated that they do not have a president who reminds us and tells us, where's the accountability? Where are those dollars? How are those dollars being spent? We need those answers for us to continue to see the support for Ukraine. And at the same time, I would say that a package that's been offered by the president for Ukraine and Israel, that's the wrong approach. We need to focus specifically on providing Israel with the $14 billion that they need so that we show the world that we are 100% undeniably standing shoulder to shoulder with Israel. And then as we turn away from that direct support for Israel, we should go to our southern border and close our southern border with the resources necessary. I believe that we have...
I do like the interesting list of priorities, the interesting prioritization that he is like inadvertently or indirectly setting aside here, where it's like, here are our priorities. Number 1, Israel. Number 2, America. And number 3, Ukraine. Like, it's a very interesting list.
Sleeper terrorist cells in America. Thousands of people have come from Yemen, Iran, Syria, and Iraq. If we are going to deal with the national security emergency at our border, we have to do it now.
Senator Scott, thank you. But just to be very clear, if you were president, if you were in the Oval Office today, would you sign off on more military funding for Ukraine, or would you discontinue it?
Bottom line is we have to first have the level of accountability that allows the American people to understand where the resources have gone.
Bro, why can he give
Number 1. Number
easy...
2, after we have that...
Wait, is that Vivek Ramaswamy
on
like,
more military funding
smiling?
for Ukraine, or would you discontinue it?
Why can't he give a straight answer?
Bottom line is we have to first have the level of accountability that allows the American people to understand where the resources have gone. Number 1. Number 2, after we have that responsibility taken care of and accountability, then we have an opportunity to look at the overall strategy that helps us degrade the Russian military while we use our resources and, frankly, keeping our NATO partners safe from the Russian military is absolutely essential, as you understand Article 5 would require to support and to defend NATO, our troops on the ground. The fastest way for us to eliminate that possibility is for us to destroy, to the extent possible, the Russian military. By doing so, we actually achieve the objective of keeping our military home. And that's good news.
Thank you, Senator Scott. Mr. Ramaswamy, are you persuaded by President Zelensky's urgent new plea? Where do you stand on more funding?
I'm absolutely unpersuaded. And I'm actually enjoying watching the Ukraine hawks quietly, delicately tiptoe back from their position as this thing has unwound into a disaster. The first half of this race, I was the only person standing for it. Now they're actually quietly coming around to being more cautious, as they should. Level with the American people here. Ukraine is not a paragon of democracy. This is a country that has banned 11 opposition parties.
It's true.
It has consolidated all media into one state TV media arm. That's not democratic. It has threatened not to hold elections this year unless the U.S. forks over more money. That is not democratic. It has celebrated a Nazi in its ranks, the comedian in cargo pants, a man called Zelensky, doing it in their own ranks. That is not democratic. More facts for you that you won't hear from the mainstream in either party or the mainstream media. The regions of Ukraine that are occupied by Russia right now in the Donbass, Luhansk, Donetsk, these are Russian-speaking regions that have not even been part of Ukraine since 2014, that other people probably couldn't name those provinces for you. Those are the hard facts. And so to frame this as some kind of battle between good versus evil, don't buy it. And I'd like the likes of the sharpest of the war hawks on Ukraine, Nikki Haley, to have some accountability and answer. Do you want to use U.S. taxpayer money to fund the banning of Christians? That is actually what's happening. They're using the Ukrainian Orthodox Church.
True.
They have banned them. The Ukrainian parliament just did this last week, supported by our dollars. And I think you owe it to the American people, Nikki, to at least this one time at least condemn.
Thank you. That's time.
At least to condemn their banning of Christians.
Mr. Ramaswamy, thank you. Mr. Ramaswamy,
That's a good
thank you.
point.
We
And
asked the questions.
I don't know why Nikki Haley's rolling her eyes, because that's an easy layup. He's not even saying that you have to say that we can't send taxpayer dollars to Ukraine, but at least to condemn the banning of Christian denominations within the state of Ukraine. Like, that is an easy layup, unless you don't like Christians.
Ambassador Haley,
she deserves to
what
answer.
is your take on more funding for Ukraine?
I am telling you, Putin and President Xi are salivating at the thought that someone like that could become president. They would love to see
The fact of the matter is she doesn't answer
So this
the question.
is what I will
That's
tell
true.
you.
We're driving
First
Russia
of all,
into China's
let's
hands
remember,
Ramaswamy,
because of
you
these
had
foolish
your time
policies.
to talk. The ambassador has the floor.
Thank
Ambassador,
you. The
please.
first thing I'll tell you is we all remember what that thug did when he invaded Ukraine. We all know that 500,000 people have died because of Putin. And here is a freedom-loving, pro-American country that is fighting for its survival and its democracy. No, I don't think we should give them cash. I think we should give them the equipment and the ammunition to win. And I'll tell you, if Biden had done it when they first asked for it, this war would be over. But let's also remember this. When you left Afghanistan in shambles and left them with a ton of weapons and money, it's not that we left, it's how we left. When you look at Ukraine, don't think for a second, now everybody wants to move away from Ukraine. They'll want to move away from Israel a year from now. America can never be so arrogant to think we don't.
That's actually true. And you know what? I think they'd be right to do so, because that's not our war. It's literally not our war. Now, it'll seem like Israel will probably be able to beat Hamas relatively swiftly. So it does make sense to support them and be like, hey, yeah, we'll give you some power up boosts as you go and wipe Hamas off the face of the map. And that's all fine and dandy. But I actually agree, and that there's nothing wrong with the fact that we would begin to waver on aid to Israel if this time next year there is still an Israel-Hamas war.
Don't need friends. After 9/11, we needed a lot of friends. Now is the time to get partnerships. This unholy alliance between Russia, Ukraine, and China is real. There is a reason the Taiwanese want us to support the Ukrainians. It's because they know that China is coming after them next. There is a reason Ukrainians want us to support Israelis, because they know that if Iran wins, Russia wins.
Ambassador,
we have to see the combination of the three.
Ambassador, thank you. Governor Christie, what is your take? And how long should Americans be expected to help fund the war in Ukraine?
Kirsten, let's remember the last time that we turned our back on a shooting war in Europe. It bought us just a couple of years. And then 500,000 Americans were killed in Europe to defeat Hitler. This is not a choice. This is the price we pay for being the leaders of the free world. And the fact is, this alliance is not just with Russia and China. Governor Haley knows this. Iran is in the middle of this as well, and so is North Korea. And they are all working to support Russia right now. And the reason they're doing it is because dictators work together. People who believe in democracy work together. We must stand with all of those that are standing up for democracy and freedom in this world. And by the way, let's remind everybody of this. In 1992, this country made a promise to Ukraine. We said if you return nuclear missiles that were part of the old Soviet Union to Russia and they invade you, we will protect you. An American promise that's 31 years old is no different than an American promise that's made tonight on this stage. We need to stand by it. And
I mean, I will say that it's probably the most compelling argument that you could possibly make in support when it comes to supporting Israel to this day. But like, it's not any modern president's fault that we made that promise 30 years ago. Like, you can't. That's like if I tell my neighbor, like, hey, you know, you can let your dog come poop in my backyard, and then I sell my house, and then the neighbor's like, oh, hey, well, I had an agreement with the previous owner that my dog could poop in your backyard, so it's fine. Like, the new owner would look at you like you're crazy. So similarly, I don't know how much we should be held to previous agreements that we've made, especially when we keep on waffling on things like stuff in the Middle East and Israel, right? Where previous administrations have failed to acknowledge Jerusalem as the capital of Israel. Donald Trump comes in and then he just like on a dime changes that policy. Presidents are allowed to change their policies. We are not held to the same old promises that we've made 30 years ago.
those of us who forget history are doomed to repeat it. And
I'd like to respond.
And the absolute giving in to dictators, which is being suggested on this stage, just shows the immaturity of the approach.
Governor Christie, thank you. Governor DeSantis, I'd like you to weigh in on this idea. Are you concerned that this could become a wider war if Putin is not stopped now?
Well, any suggestion by Zelensky or anyone else that we're going to eventually have U.S. troops there, I can tell the American people when I'm president that will not happen. We are not going to send your sons and daughters to Ukraine. I am going to send troops to our southern border. If you look at the threats that we face, terrorists have come in through our southern border. I'm going to shut it down. I'm going to have the military, and I'm going to deport the people who've come, particularly under Biden, who've come from the Middle East, come from all these places. Now, Biden wants $105 billion. 60, most of that's Ukraine, including some of it going to pay pensions for bureaucrats and salaries. That is a totally ridiculous use of American tax dollars. He says he has money for border to try to do, and the media repeat that. When you look at it, what most of the money is money to process more illegal aliens into this country. How is that solving the problem? That's making the problem worse. And what does he do for the Indo-Pacific? A pittance. That is the top threat that we face. We need to bring this war to an end. We need the Europeans to step up and do their fair share. And we need to get serious about the top threat that this country faces, which is the Chinese Communist Party.
So if I may respond to the Ukraine question.
In fact, we are going to go from the hot wars in Ukraine and Gaza and Israel to what many people are calling the new Cold War with China. And I remind the audience that it's important for our visitors at home to be able to hear you, and especially for the people in Beijing to hear you. Many Republicans believe that the Chinese Communist Party and General Secretary Xi is an existential threat to the United States. The flashpoint is Taiwan. For decades and decades, the American military, but primarily the United States Navy, has deterred an attack from China to the island state of Taiwan. But Ronald Reagan's Navy of 600 ships is gone. Now, the question to you is, and I'll start with you, Ambassador Haley, because you were in President Trump's cabinet. His goal was a 355-ship Navy. That's what he pushed for. He got to 300. It's now at 291. Is that big enough to deter and, if necessary, defeat an invasion of Taiwan?
China has the largest naval fleet in the world. They have 350 ships. They'll have 400 ships in 2 years. We won't even have 350 ships in 2 decades. China has built up their military. It's not just land, air, and sea. They're doing cyber. They're doing artificial intelligence. They're doing space. America needs to modernize our military. We need to do everything we can. The first thing is you go and you make sure you have the backs of Ukraine. That's why the Taiwanese want us to support Ukraine, because they know that sends the biggest message to China. The second thing is we go to China and we start being tough on them. No more sales of our American soil to China, and let's take back what they've already stolen. Then you go and you...
That's, I am somewhat worried about like what the actual the constitutionality of such a policy is, but I completely agree with the sentiment, because literally one of our enemies buying land on our soil is a massive, massive problem.
to the universities. No more having millions of dollars go to our universities. Then we will go and end all formal trade relations with China until they stop murdering Americans from fentanyl, something Ron has yet to say that he's going to do. And then we modernize our military. When we strengthen our military, when we modernize it with the focus of cyber, artificial intelligence, and space, when we make sure that we have the backs of our friends, whether it's in Israel, whether it's in Ukraine, and we should be arming Taiwan. Make sure they have the equipment they need. Make sure they have the training they need now. There is nothing China fears more than knowing that America will have Taiwan's back. Let's make sure that we show it by making sure they have the equipment they need.
Governor DeSantis, my question is specifically about the Navy. It's at 291. It's going to go down perhaps as low as 280. Is it enough? And what would you build if you were going to build more?
Not enough. We have to have the ability to back up a strategy of denial of President Xi's ambitions. And if China is able to be the world's leading superpower, that will affect you and your family in ways that are going to be very bad. They will export authoritarianism all around the world as the cost of doing business. They will impose things like social credit scores and internet monitoring. So this is, to this generation, what the Soviet Union was to the post-World War II generation. I've already released a plan. We're going to get to 355 ships at the end of the first term, 385 ships at the end of the second term, but we're going to have a path to 600 ships over the next 20 years. I think the future of freedom is going to be determined in the Indo-Pacific. We have a strategy not just military, but decoupling from the economy and fighting them here at home with their cultural. You know, Ambassador Haley said somehow I wasn't doing. She welcomed them into South Carolina, gave them land near a military base, wrote the Chinese ambassador a love letter saying what a great friend they were. That was like their number one.
Although I will say that I went back and watched the video, and I think that if I remember correctly, she was serving as an ambassador at the time, and buttering up the people that you are negotiating with kind and nice words is a standard form of diplomacy. It's not at all unusual to meet up with an enemy and be like, oh yeah, no, it's good guy. We had a productive talk. It's very nice working with you. Like, I mean, weren't the Republicans all losing their minds when Donald Trump called Putin a dictator to his face, basically? I think that was recently, right? Or maybe it was Xi Jinping, but one of them, Joe Biden literally called that person a dictator, basically to his face. And everyone was like, "Oh no!" Anthony Blinken looked like, you know, a half of his heart just got like torn in two. He was just like, "Oh." Like, I felt his pain when I saw him sitting there in the chair, like leaning over in agony. So, like, this idea that you're not allowed to say nice things about enemies of the state when you're negotiating with them, I think is a little bit silly.
To do economic development. In Florida, I banned China from buying land in this state, and we kicked out on our universities, and we kicked the Confucius Institutes out of our universities. We've recognized the threat, and we've acted swiftly and decisively.
Senator Scott, you've been in the Congress since 2011. Defense spending has fallen over that entire period of time. Where are we going to get the money, and what would you build, and what kind of ships to deter China from attacking Taiwan?
Well, two major problems with the question. Number one, we do not have currently a defense industrial bank to allow us to have the kind of production that we need in order to keep America safe. Frankly, if we are not prepared to fight and engage in 3 continents at the same time, think about where we are today. In the Middle East, we are in the midst of trying to back our strongest ally. In Eastern Europe, we're seeing our resources and our weaponry help degrade the Russian military. The Indo-Pacific, we have real challenges. The long-term threat is China. Immediate threat is our southern border. In order for us to have the military to fight 3 different continents at the exact same time, we are going to have to invest heavily in our military, but we're also going to have to invest heavily in an industrial base so that we can hit our objectives from a military perspective, not only with our ships, but also with our planes.
So is he talking about building military bases in foreign lands? I mean, I hate how we have so many military bases all over the world. But if we're talking about needing to strike Russia, I actually do understand that from a strategic perspective. But at the end of the day, I want more troops at home. I don't want more troops abroad. But at the very least, it's not sounding like he wants to just send a bunch of American troops into Ukraine.
We are so old as a military that in order for us to recalibrate, we're going to have to invest. One of the things I do in my Made in America strategy is we create more than 4 million new jobs by having high-tech manufacturing come back to America, decoupling from China, so that we focus our attention on creating that industrial revolution that will be necessary for us to achieve the goal of having a military that is ready to be lethal and come home safe.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Ramaswamy, I'm looking for specifics. What would you build? Where would you build it? When would they be in the water? How big would the fleet get?
First answer is
I like how he's asking Vivek Ramaswamy the exact same question, but in a way that like Vivek Ramaswamy likes having questions asked him. That was cool.
End the toxic divest to invest program. For people who don't know about that, we're decommissioning ships in the South China Sea. The foundation of war is economics. Rebuild our defense industrial base at home. But here's the dirty little secret. Our actual defense industrial base depends on China for the supply chain, for the F-35 jets, for the ships that we're building. Think about this. Why are we stockpiling that if it isn't to actually be strong against our enemy, China? We depend on them for that, just like we depend on them for pharmaceuticals, just like we depend on them for semiconductors. So here's why we can't get tough with China. It's because we depend on them for our modern way of life, and we have to declare economic independence from our enemy. That's the Declaration of Independence that Thomas Jefferson, at the age of 33, would have signed. And today, if he were alive, that's the Declaration of Independence that I will sign as the next president. I do have to recognize that Ron DeSantis was correct.
So is he saying that we should no longer take in any imports from China? Is that what he's saying? I mean, that would have massively negative immediate impacts on the economy. I understand the sentiment, but like, I don't know. You could do trade wars and stuff. You don't necessarily have to say we're not using any more Chinese goods or materials at all. Although I do completely understand it for like military equipment and stuff, because we really should not be backing our military equipment with Chinese parts. Like that just doesn't really make any sense. That's like asking Russia to help us with our nuclear program.
Correct about acknowledging Nikki Haley's tough talk when she was ambassador to the UN, calling China our great friend, bringing the CCP to South Carolina. What he left out, though, Ron, and be honest about it, there was a lobbying-based exemption in that bill that allowed Chinese nationals to buy land within a 20-mile radius of a military base lobbied for by one of your donors. So I think we have to call a spade a spade. We need politicians who are independent of the forces that increase our dependence on China. My message to Xi Jinping is this. You are done buying land in this country. You will not donate to universities in this country. U.S. businesses won't expand into the Chinese market until you play by the same set of rules.
Ramaswamy,
you're kicked out of the WTO, and you actually have to have accountability for the COVID-19 pandemic financially, which unleashed hell on the world. We have to hold them accountable.
Do you have a number and a plan?
I think that we need to increase our naval capacity by at least 20% over the course of the next several years and be able to meet our AUKUS agreement standards. Right now, we are at risk of not even being able to meet our AUKUS standards with Australia and the UK. So what we need to do is have a plan that reverses the trajectory of the divest to invest program
Hugh, I'd like to
by 20% over the next 3 years.
Governor Christie?
You know, my first observation, Hugh, is that nobody answers your And my second observation is these three in the middle.
Is this the video file that they're hosting, or is this my stream or my internet connection? Hold on.
Have a plan that reverses the trajectory of the divest to invest program
Hugh, I'd like to
by 20% over the next 3 years.
Governor Christie?
You know, my first observation, Hugh, is that nobody answers your
No, it's the video.
My second observation is these three in the middle think they're the enemy. I know China is the enemy, and that's what we should be focused on. So let's be really clear. The nuclear submarines in this United States Navy is the greatest deterrent to Chinese aggression, and that is the first place I would go to increase American naval power. Our nuclear submarines are able to move stealthily, quietly, and effectively, and if we are going to deter China from invading Taiwan, the only way we're going to do it is to make sure that they don't know whether how many nuclear submarines from the United States of America are in the South China Sea and in that area and ready to strike on them if they decide to move on Taiwan. And so we, as our first priority, need to go directly to our nuclear sub-program, Hugh, and we need to increase it drastically. That would be priority number one. Ships would come next, but to me, the ships are secondary choice here. The submarines are the single most important thing that we could be using to deter China. But
not gonna lie, I'm not a big fan of Chris Christie, but it does seem like he has some good ideas on how to build up the our military infrastructure.
The other thing we could do to deter China is to let them know that the blood money they're spending for Russia in Ukraine right now will not be effective, that we send Putin home with his tail between his legs and make them understand that the same fate waits for them if they decide to move towards Taiwan. With a more aggressive nuclear sub-program, we'll be able to make that threat real.
Thank you, Governor. We're going to take a brief...
If China goes up against Taiwan, I'm sorry, but America's not going to do a single thing. For all the reasons that Vivek Ramaswamy explained, China owns us, right? We rely on them for our military equipment, for basically all of the parts for all American goods, more or less. I don't know how many vital American goods and products are produced exclusively using American components. So, our hands are tied.
Pause now, and we'll be back to the Republican presidential primary debate. Please stay tuned.
It looks like that break is pretty short.
Switch to Consumer Cellular now and get unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at only $20 a month.
I must say, this is like the best debate so far.
And welcome back to tonight's NBC News Republican presidential debate. Once again, here's Hugh Hewitt.
Thank you, Lester. We're going to stay on China, and we're going to talk specifically about TikTok. Last week, Congressman Mike Gallagher, who is chairman of the House Bipartisan Select Committee on the Chinese Communist Party, published a long essay on TikTok following the flooding of pro-Hamas propaganda onto TikTok accounts across the United States. Chairman Gallagher called it shocking. He called the app predatory, controlled by America's preeminent adversary, one used to push propaganda and divide America. It's spyware, he said, a means of surveillance. Governor Christie, do you agree with Chairman Gallagher? And if so, would you ban or force the sale of TikTok?
I agree 100% with Chairman Gallagher, and let me say this. TikTok is not only spyware, it is polluting the minds of American young people all throughout this country, and they're doing it intentionally. And when you saw what happened in the last few weeks with all of this anti-Semitic, horrible stuff that their algorithms were pushing out at a gargantuan rate, this is China trying to further divide the United States of America.
Wait a second. I mean, yes, that is true, but I mean, there's bad content on Facebook, there's bad content on Instagram, there's bad content on Twitter/X. There's bad content on a lot of different social media platforms now. All of them are Chinese. So, I mean, to say that, oh, TikTok is putting out divisive content, well, so is pretty much every American social media platform. So that is not sufficient enough cause to ban TikTok, unless you also want to eventually come for Twitter, come for X, come for Instagram, come for Facebook, come for all those other platforms.
And this is one of the big failings among many of the Trump administration. He talked tough about TikTok. I heard him do it many times. But when it came down to it, he did not ban them when he could have and should have. And now since then, we've had an additional nearly 6 years of this type of poison being put out throughout the United States, even putting aside the spying, which we know is going on, and the theft of American personal data and information. Mm-hmm. So in my first week as president, we would ban TikTok. They want to go ahead and sell it, let them go ahead and sell it. But I'll tell you another reason we would do it. Facebook's not in China. X is not in China. They're not
okay, but the thing is that like technically TikTok isn't in China either. TikTok has literally they've switched to, what is it, like ByteDance or whatever. They've made that an American-based company. Now, yes, their CEO does phone home to China, but he lives in America, right? The company is based in America. So to say, oh, we're going to ban it because it's Chinese, is not really going to work when all you have to do is just like, I don't know, move a building from here to there, sign some certain paperwork, and all of a sudden, voila, your company is now American.
Permitting a free flow of information to the Chinese people from our social media companies, yet we just open the door and let them do what they're doing. TikTok should be banned because they are poisoning American minds, and I would do it weekly.
I mean, so was Twitter, so was X, so was Discord. Like, what?
Thank you, Governor. I want to go to Governor DeSantis. Would you ban or force the sale of TikTok, regardless of whether or not China allowed American apps to operate in China?
Yes, I think that China is the top threat we face. They've been very effective at infiltrating different parts of our society. So my policy on China and the Chinese Communist Party is very simple. We win, they lose. And in order to do that, it's not just military, it's economic, and it's cultural. And as the dad of a 6'5" and a 3-year-old, I'm concerned about the data that they're getting from our young people and what they're doing to pollute the minds of our young people. These kids get these devices and they have a mind of their own. And I know a lot of parents are looking, it's hard to even keep it out. China's obviously the most extreme, but this is happening with other things. So we are going to do that, and we are going to make sure to protect the American people. It's a full spectrum approach to be able to fend China off. Yes, military deterrence. Yes, economic decoupling, but also their role in our culture. If we ignore that, we're not going to be able to win the fight.
Thank you, Governor. Ambassador Haley, speak to the parents out there. There are probably TikTok apps on half the phones in this auditorium.
No, I'm going to speak to the fact that 2 people hit me.
As well as,
I mean, you didn't let me respond. So let's first talk about the fact that they want to talk about the Chinese land from 10 years ago. Yes, I brought a fiberglass company 10 years ago to South Carolina. But Ron, you are the chair of your economic development agency that as of last week said Florida is the ideal place for Chinese businesses. Not only that, you have a company that is manufacturer of Chinese military planes. You have it. They are expanding 2 training sites at 2 of your airports now, one which is 12 miles away from a naval base. Then you have another company that's expanding, and they were just invaded by the Department of Homeland Security. So mine was 10 years ago.
You gave
Yours
them
was
stuff.
6
I
months
didn't
ago.
give them anything.
What's your story?
And I abolished that agency that she's talking about.
No,
Enterprise Florida, we abolished it, and of course we banned China from buying
the
land.
website
Not
last
exactly
week.
a
Go
great
check.
recruiting pitch if you're banning them from purchasing land.
scrubbed the website
So we've stood
last
up
week.
and
Thank
we've
you,
done the
Ambassador
right thing
Haley.
in Florida.
Mr. Ramaswamy, we've talked about this. You campaign on TikTok. How do you get TikTok banned if you use it?
Well, I want to laugh at why Nikki Haley didn't answer your question, which is about looking at families in the eye. In the last debate, she made fun of me for actually joining TikTok while her own daughter was actually using the app for a long time. So you might want to take care of your family first.
Leave my
before
daughter
appreciating
out of your
anybody else's
voice.
adult daughter. The next generation of Americans are using it. And that's actually the point. You have her supporters propping her up. That's fine.
True.
Here's the truth.
And the Koch brothers, right? And the Koch brothers are also propping her up. Look it up. The big story came out very recently that the Koch brothers are now backing Nikki Haley.
You're just
the easy answer is actually to say that we're just going to
I completely forgot about that. That was crazy.
ban one app. We got to go further. We have to ban any U.S. company actually transferring U.S. data to the Chinese. Here's a story most people don't know. Airbnb hands over U.S. user data to the CCP. Now, that's a U.S.-owned company. So this is the problem when you have Republicans that temporarily go the way the winds blow, and now it's popular to talk tough on China. When she was UN ambassador, called them literally, her words, not mine, our great friend. You can't be fair weather fans of the right policy. Get to the root cause. Even U.S. companies in Silicon Valley are regularly doing it.
That's a good point.
Cut the virtue signaling. The fact of the matter is Democrats are on TikTok today. The only person, one of the few people who is putting up content the way the actual algorithms work, speaking for pro-Israel views or others, is
Ambassador
me. And I predict
Haley,
more Republicans will join it. But stop U.S. companies from turning over data to Chinese companies.
Okay,
That's the real answer, not the virtue.
How would you do that, though? And again, you know, these Chinese companies can easily just make themselves be American by shuffling around some paperwork and buying a new building in America. it's not really that hard to convert a Chinese business to an American one, which, ByteDance has proven to us quite easily. So I get his sentiment to be like, we got to keep American companies from sending data to China because, even American companies can still be helping China in that way. And while that's true, that's entirely true, it's also true that any Chinese company can just become an American company later on.
You don't get to respond to personal attacks, but you do.
Thank you very much. When he talks about me praising China, he doesn't know the fact that the reason China was praised was because I negotiated with China and Russia the largest set of sanctions against North Korea in a generation. That's
a good point. It was in the middle of negotiations. It is very natural and normal to butter up and even an enemy with nice words if you guys have just finished being at the negotiating table.
That is literally the reason North Korea stopped testing ballistic missiles. So I said China did good on their part. That was a negotiation you could never do.
Is what you said, Nikki. Those are your words, not mine. And so just own up to it.
You would never
can change
been able
your mind.
to get
That's
that
allowed.
negotiation
But don't lie to the people about
I
what you've
fought
said or what you've done in
China
South Carolina.
My
You have brought
entire
them to South
career
Carolina.
at the
Ron is
United
right about
Nations.
that.
Every day I fought China, and I did it by making sure
hard
no
facts.
one
You
could
brought them to
get
this
any
country.
agency heads in UN. I did it by making sure that we called them out on human rights. I did it by making sure that we held them accountable on everything that they did. That's the reason we got out of the Human Rights Council.
Man, I wish I knew more about her track record when it came to her being, when it came to her diplomacy. Because I wish I knew whether or not she's telling the truth or not.
That's the reason we called them out. And there's not been a day I haven't
Nikki,
stopped.
Senator Scott, it is your turn. Mr.
Millions you
Ramaswamy,
made afterwards.
Everybody else is hanging on to the rules here, Mr. Ramaswamy. Senator Scott.
Thank you. I appreciate y'all clapping for me already. This is wonderful answer. Love this. Without any question. What we should do is ban TikTok, period. Now, we saw under former President Trump, he tried to ban TikTok twice, but was struck down by our federal courts. If you cannot ban TikTok, you should eliminate the Chinese presence on the app. Period. We also should provide, in my parents' Bill of Rights, we give parents the opportunity to give their kids permission under 14 to be on those apps. I think it's incredibly important for us as Americans to take back control of the information, especially of our kids. Where does it go? We should know that. One of the ways that we get to know that is by having a parental consent. But if we can eliminate TikTok, that is a first step. But it's not just TikTok. China continues to spy on our kids, but they're also buying our farmlands. We talked about that several times there. We have to make sure that we use the tools that are in our toolkit to stop China from buying farmland near our bases. The third thing we have to do is make sure that they stop stealing our intellectual property. They're literally stealing our IP to compete against us. In my administration, we stopped that day one, and we start making sure that we create six-figure income for jobs made in America through my strategy.
Kristen.
Hugh, thank you so much. We're now going to talk about Venezuela, where millions have fled political and economic turmoil. Many Venezuelan immigrants are settling right here in Florida. Former President Trump and President Biden have taken different approaches to Nicolas Maduro's regime with little result. Former President Trump put economic pressure on Venezuela.
Hold on. My mouse stopped working. Yo. But I do think it's interesting. I don't know if there's an easy solution to the problem of China spying on Americans through data. I don't know if that's an appropriate policy to legislate, because you can say, "Oh, China's not allowed to see our data," but if American companies instead sell their data, which they do, right, for data analytics, it's a big part of advertising money. If they instead decide to say, "Oh, well, we'll give the data to this company over here," but it turns out that company really is secretly working with China, even though it's technically an American company. What really can you do about that? If a company is American on paper, all you can really do is, grill the CEO and be like, hey, you talked to Xi Jinping one time, which is actually what's been happening with ByteDance. Remember, the CEO of ByteDance was grilled in front of like a whole national audience. It was live on broadcast television. Well, not broadcast television, but cable news. And they were like, oh, well, I mean, your company is technically American, but you've been talking to Chinese agents, right? Which I guess was probably true. But at the end of the day, like, what real consequences can be brought for that? It's still an American company at the end of the day.
And backed one of Maduro's rivals. President Biden temporarily eased sanctions to encourage electoral reforms. Governor DeSantis, do you see the political situation in Venezuela as a threat to the United States, and what would your approach be?
We should never rely on Venezuela for oil like Biden has had to go beg. I'm going to unleash all of America's energy potential. On day one, I'm taking all the Biden regulations, the Green New Deal, ripping it up and throwing it in the trash can where it belongs. We're going to lower your gas prices. We're going to create jobs. We're going to lower energy costs. But we're also going to be more energy independent and secure. We'll choose Midland over Moscow. We'll choose the Marcellus over the Mullahs. And we'll choose Bakken over Beijing. That is good for America's national security. Biden's Green New Deal, that's good for Venezuela, it's good for Russia, it's good for Iran, and it's good for China. So I would turn the screws on the Venezuelan regime. I think it's a corrupt, dictatorial regime, and we should never go hat in hand begging for oil from them.
Just to be clear, would you
why can't we just drill in America? Like it's not that hard.
Oppose the sanctions?
Yes, absolutely.
Ambassador Haley, what would your approach be?
I stood on the Simon Bolivar Bridge and watched thousands of Venezuelans cross for hours in the hot sun holding their babies to get the one meal they might get that day, going from Venezuela to Colombia. They were fleeing socialism and begging for freedom. We need to make sure that we do everything we can to sanction Maduro. We shouldn't be getting dirty oil, and Biden just gave 500,000 Venezuelans temporary priority status, which is just going to have more of them come. But on the energy side, it cracks me up that Ron continues to do this. He has opposed fracking. He's opposed drilling. Last time he said it wasn't true, and everybody found out that it was true. He opposed it before Florida voters even voted on it. He was praised by the Sierra Club, and you're trying to make up for it and act like you weren't a liberal when it comes to the environment. You were. You always have been. Just own it if that's the case, but don't keep saying you're something that you're not.
Let me respond to that. Our whole energy plan, you can't get the shale without fracking. We are absolutely going to frack, but I disagree with Nikki Haley. I don't think it's a good idea to drill in the Florida Everglades, and I know most Floridians agree with me.
You ban fracking.
Thank you very much. Lester?
All right, thank you. Let's turn to one of the biggest issues for voters. That, of course, is the economy. This is a question that will go to all of you. An Iowa voter recently told NBC News, how am I going to make sure my pantry's stocked without breaking the bank? You've all said the best way to deal with rising prices is to cut government spending. But that would take time to play out, and Americans are struggling right now. Senator Scott, I'll start with you. What would you do the moment you take office to help Americans manage the cost of living? So we're talking about short term here.
Good question. Good question.
My mother was a single mother who raised me and my brother in a very challenging economic situation. The first thing I can tell you is that when your gas prices are 40% higher right now than they were just a little over 2 years ago, that's not a problem for my mama. That was a crisis. The first thing I would do as President of the United States is I would sign the XL Keystone Pipeline and start seeing resources flow. Second thing I would do is make sure that there's certainty and predictability so that those folks who have the leases in our country would have the certainty and predictability to go ahead and become energy independent. we should focus not just on being energy independent, we should focus on being energy dominant. America is the home to more energy resources than any other country on the planet. We can reduce the price of energy, we can reduce the price of food and the price of electricity if we focus on my build here, don't borrow from China plan that is embedded. The Made in America strategy creates 10 million new jobs in 3 different areas. One is innovation. Second is the high-tech manufacturing. And the third is the energy economy. We have an opportunity as Americans to actually export the surplus energy that we create in our nation and disconnect from China and from murderous dictators and tyrants around the world.
Your time is up, but let me...
Yeah, wait, why? Yeah, exactly. Why are we getting oil from places like Venezuela, or like even Russia and Ukraine, instead of giving our oil to them, making them dependent on us, and then we can manipulate their policies if that needs to happen? Like that just doesn't make sense to me.
Let me just follow up the idea of pumping gas, of turning on pipe.
Especially when you consider the fact that if you're talking about for not ecological, but environmental reasons, when you drill in the United States, there are more regulations, and that makes it safer and cleaner to drill and get oil in America than in a nation such as like China, for example. There are fewer regulations, so that means more CO2 emissions. That's more pollution in the environment. It's more stuff that makes all the green people upset. But in America, it's safer, it's cleaner, and I think it's even more efficient. So instead of trying to export all of this energy production to these foreign nations who don't care about the environment in the same way that we do, why not do all that we can to make drilling and fracking environmentally friendly, and then sending all of that oil to companies who otherwise would be drilling and fracking in a very dirty way?
Pipelines, that doesn't make gas cheaper that day. I'm talking about you become president. What can you do specifically to help people feel better about their situation or be better with their situation?
Well, actually, it does, to be honest with you. The way that the economy works is it works on the ability to anticipate excess supply versus the demand. When that happens, confidence drives our prices down because we know there's going to be a greater surplus. When you allow for those who have leases to actually start drilling, to start using those leases for more energy excavation, you put our economy in the strongest position, and as a result of that, prices start going down. That is the kind of economy that, as President of the United States, I would lead this nation to making sure that we first use the resources in our own country and not going outside of our country in order to achieve our objective. You know, Proverbs 22:7 reminds us that the borrower is slave to the lender.
Exactly. Why don't... I'd feel bad for saying let's make slaves all around the world. But there's a principle there, which is when you lend, people are beholden to you. Why don't we should make other countries more beholden to us, especially countries that don't like us.
We have become an indentured servant too often to countries like China. By having an energy economy, we start allowing this nation to once again return.
Senator, thank you. Let me ask the same question to Governor DeSantis. Can you give us some, you ticked off a number of things a moment ago, but some specific examples of ways that would put people on a better economic footing right away?
So I started off working minimum wage jobs. I did $6 an hour as an electrician's assistant. I worked all kinds of things to be able to get through school. And I did that because I believed in America, if you work hard and get the most out of your God-given ability, you can get ahead. And what's happening now, many of you are working hard and you're falling further and further behind. I've met people in Iowa, New Hampshire, and all across the country who've talked about all the burdens that they're facing with the rising prices. And I've heard from multiple people the same story. When they go grocery shopping, what they now do is they figure out what they have to take out of the cart once it's ringing up, because it rings up so much faster and so much higher at the cash register that they can't afford the full cart of groceries anymore. We have to restore the American dream in this country. What can you do on day one? Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to take all the executive orders, the regulations, everything involving Bidenomics. I'm going to rip it up. I'm going to throw it in the trash can on day one where it belongs. That is going to give the economy breathing room. And I'm also going to rein in the Federal Reserve. They have helped create, with their reckless monetary policy, what we have faced since the COVID-19 pandemic. They botched it. Congress botched it. Both parties are to blame. Fed should focus on stable prices. They are not an economic central planner for the American people.
Governor, thank you. Mr. Ramos.
Dude, what? They're just sweating so much. It's a bit odd to me.
Swami, weigh in on this. Ways that you can improve people's financial condition in the short term.
Right, and as a CEO, the economic question is core to my vision and policy prescription for this country. Increase the supply of everything. It's the law of supplies and demand. Increase the supply of energy. That brings down the cost of energy, grows the economy. Drill, frack, burn coal, embrace nuclear. Increase the supply of labor in this country. Stop using our taxpayer money to pay people more to stay at home instead of to go to work. Increase the supply of housing. People don't talk about this one in the Republican Party. The land use restrictions are constricting the supply of housing. That's making housing more expensive for...
This is interesting. I didn't know what he was talking about when I heard this for the first time, but actually in a very recent video I reacted to on the 9 Highlights channel, I think it's called like how like the modern American economy is screwing Gen Z and Gen Alpha or something like that. I reacted to a video by who was it? The people who do Freedom Tunes. It was an alt channel that they run where they're more serious, and they actually explained that whole situation where there are a lot more restrictions on housing and land when it comes to zoning and all that type of stuff, which is why there is, in part, why there is a shrinkage in the supply of available houses in the United States.
Ordinary Americans across this country. So that's the true answer. And I think it takes a CEO in the White House who actually understands this to get this done. Because Americans at home, they know the Bidenomics is a lie. Prices are going up. Interest rates and mortgages to buy your home are going up. But wages have remained flat. That's the hard diagnosis for our economy. And this is about more than just our economy. I say this as a member of my generation. I'm 38 years old. I'm the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. The reason my generation has lost our sense of national pride, in part, is because people in my generation feel like the American dream isn't available to them. And part of the reason why is we burdened them with four-year college degrees that did not serve their head start on the American dream. People will be more proud of a country if we're all making more money in that country. This is how we revive national pride and our identity, and it will take a CEO in the White House with zero-based budgeting, by the way, to take on the federal debt to get this job done.
Let me turn to Governor Christie on that.
Well, look, Lester, part of the entire premise of the question, and I agree with Tim on this, is absolutely energy is the key to this because it drives every one of those other prices.
That's true.
You know how food gets to your grocery store? It gets trucked. And those truckers have to pay for fuel and for the higher fuel prices. And when you go ahead and you tell people, we are going to unleash every bit of American energy, every bit of its potential, what happens in the futures markets? The prices go down because those people who are believing that the Biden program will continue are the ones who are bidding this up. And let me tell you the other place that's bidding it up, in the Middle East. And so if you don't believe that making sure that Israel and that Israel situation that's going on right now isn't resolved and resolved quickly as President of the United States and bring stability back, that will also not permit countries like Saudi Arabia and others to be able to jack their prices as well in what they say is in response to a crisis, when it's really what it's in response to is putting more money in their pockets. When they have an American president who knows that Israel must be defended not with humanitarian pauses and not with suggestions for ceasefire, but with letting them know we will supply them with everything they need, that will also bring stability to the market. Energy is the key to bringing this down. It's what every American family needs when they turn on their lights, fill up their car, and go to the grocery store. And we need to do that first and foremost. That's the short-term answer.
Governor Christie, thank you. Ambassador Haley, let me come at this from a slightly different direction. Americans in rural communities are being especially squeezed by inflation right now. An Iowa State University study found that last year inflation cost rural households about an extra $5,000. How would you specifically help rural Americans who are suffering right now, Ambassador?
Well, I'm a product of rural America. I grew up in rural South Carolina, and I can tell you what we're seeing now in America is the rich are getting richer and the poor are getting poorer. We have to go and start beefing up the middle class, and the first thing I would do is I will eliminate the federal gas and diesel tax in this country. We'll cut taxes on the middle class, but we have to stop this spending binge that's happening by Republicans and Democrats in Congress. I will make sure, one, we claw back the $500 billion of unspent COVID dollars that are out there. Instead of 87,000 IRS agents going after middle America, we'll go after the hundreds of billions of dollars of COVID fraud that exist, one out of every $7. We'll stop the spending, we'll stop the borrowing, we'll eliminate the earmarks, and I'll veto any spending bill that doesn't go back to pre-COVID levels. That will cut trillions and allow us to be safe. We also need to be not energy independent, energy dominant. We are blessed with resources, let's do it. But the reason no one should give you a number, Hugh, on the amount of ships in the Navy is because in a few years, dominant. We are blessed with resources, let's do it. But the
Did you catch that? Look, Tim Scott and Vivek Ramaswamy had a very interesting interaction right there.
reason no one should give you a number, Hugh, on the amount of ships in the Navy is because in a few years, our interest expense is going to be more than our defense budget. So no one can give you that number realistically without first tackling what's happening with the financial situation. It would be a false number to give you that. We have got to understand this is a crisis. It is a national security concern. If we don't deal with what's going to happen with that interest expense in a few years, we're going to look like Japan. And we can't let that happen. The strong dollar matters.
Ambassador, thank you very much. Kristen.
Americans could see their Social Security benefits drastically cut in the next decade because the program is running out of money. Former President Trump has said, quote, under no circumstances should Republicans cut entitlements. Governor Christie, first to you. You have proposed raising the retirement age for younger Americans. What would that age be specifically, and would you consider making any other reforms to Social Security?
Sure, and we have to deal with this problem. Now,
here's what I don't understand. Okay, so we are technically, I believe, going to be running out of Social Security money. It's a problem, right? Because it's something that has been promised to pretty much every American. Which is like, once you get like 60 or 70 or whatever, basically when life expectancy says you're going to die anyways, we'll give you money. So, the problem is these politicians and the government is acting like, oh, you know, we're running out of money, so we can't give money to the people who were supposed to get it for Social Security. But interestingly enough, when COVID hits, it's not like they were looking for a pot of money to go find so that they could, throw money at everybody, make it rain with all those COVID-19 stimmies, right? They just printed that stuff. When it came to giving money to Ukraine, it wasn't like they went around with like a Salvation Army bucket to every American citizen and said, hey, you want to donate money to Ukraine? No, they printed that stuff. And when it comes to funding Israel, funding all of these wars and whatever, with all this military aid, it's not like we're, properly budgeting. We're not really budgeting like that. We're printing all this money. So to act like, oh, we can't afford to give out Social Security money because we're out. Sorry, when you just went and printed like $8 trillion of COVID stimulus checks, it sounds ridiculous to me. It is completely disingenuous. You would have a point if you were actually budgeting properly and you weren't printing any money. And when you ran out of money, you actually didn't spend more. But that's not what the U.S. government is doing. So it's hard to treat this subject seriously when people aren't budgeting seriously in the White House.
Look, if we raise the retirement age a few years for folks that are in their 30s and 40s, I have a son who's in the audience tonight who's 30 years old. If he can't adjust to a few-year increase in Social Security retirement age over the next 40 years, I got bigger problems with him than his Social Security payments. And the fact is, we need to be realistic about this. There are only three things that go into determining whether Social Security can be solvent or not: retirement age, eligibility for the program in general, and taxes. That's it. We are already overtaxed in this country, and we should not raise those taxes. But on eligibility also, I don't know if out there tonight, and if you're watching Warren, I don't know if Warren Buffett is collecting Social Security, but if he is, shame on you. You shouldn't be taking the money. There are a lot of programs in this country that we all pay for that we don't get a direct benefit from. Food stamps is one of them. I've never, fortunately in my life, ever had me or my family on food stamps, but I'm glad it's there so that no one in this country goes to bed hungry at night if they have availability to that program. But I don't get a direct benefit. The fact is, on Social Security, remember why it was established. It was established as a safety net program to make sure that no one would grow old in this country in poverty. That's what we got to get back to. Rich people should not be collecting Social Security.
Governor, can you give me a specific age? 69, 70? What would the age be?
No, look, that's going to be a part of a negotiation with Congress, Kirsten, and hell, I'm not going to start negotiating until I get there.
All right, Ambassador Haley, let me have you weigh in on this, because you said in June that you would be open to raising the retirement age. Have you determined what that age would be specifically, and what other reforms are you looking at?
So first of all, any candidate that tells you that they're not going to take on entitlements is not being serious. Social Security will go bankrupt in 10 years. Medicare will go bankrupt in 8. Right now you have Ron and Trump joining Biden and Pelosi saying they're not going to change or do any sort of entitlement reform. What we need to do is keep our promises. Those that have been promised should keep it. But for like my kids in their 20s, you go and you say we're going to change the rules. You change the retirement age for them. Instead of cost of living increases, we should go to increases based on inflation. We should limit benefits on the wealthy. Bernie Marcus can tell you he hates getting that check. Limit the benefits on the wealthy, and then expand Medicare Advantage plans. Seniors love that, and let's make sure we do that so that they can have more competition. That's how we'll deal with entitlement reform, and that's how we'll start to pay down this debt.
And can you give me a specific age? Have you determined the age?
Again, you have to work with Chris. What I can tell you is it's going to be those in their 20s just coming into the system, and it should reflect more of life expectancy. It doesn't do that now.
That is true,
Mr.
right? Like
Ramaswamy,
life expectancy really is, I think, like 80ish or so. But I think when it was initially put in place, life expectancy was about 60 or 70, which is why that's about where the retirement age is, if I recall. I do find it interesting that not a single person is willing to give a new age for when Social Security benefits will kick in, though.
Have you determined if you would touch entitlements and Social Security? What, if any, reforms are you looking at?
So this is really important right now. We're working within the last window I believe we will have to actually fix this problem while still leaving Social Security and Medicare benefits for current seniors intact. I'll tell you how. The other candidates assume, like Nikki, that it can't be done. And on her math, she's right about it. But her math assumes $7 trillion of our $33 trillion national debt going to fight wars like in places like Iraq and Afghanistan. Minus that, our national debt would be $26 trillion right now. Then you go to zero-based budgeting, which I've proposed as a CEO. It's how I've run businesses. It's how many CEOs run businesses. Don't use last year's budget as the baseline. Start with zero as the baseline and then ask what's actually necessary. 75% headcount reduction. Yes, that is severe. In the number of federal employees in the Washington, D.C. bureaucracy. Shut down redundant agencies that should not exist. Deliver economic growth as a positive tailwind. I think we can get to 3, 4, maybe even 5% GDP growth if we really take the regulatory shackles off of our economy. And against that backdrop, I believe this is our last best window to be able to take care of our national debt problem through those severe measures, including sacrificing the foreign wars that many bloodthirsty members of both parties have a hunger for.
So in a more dramatic way, he did say what I said, which is basically, it doesn't make sense to talk about not being able to fund, Social Security if you're just printing money to spend on foreign wars. We need to balance the budget and then use money that we actually have to spend on things like Social Security.
That's the one secret for how we're going to be able to do this, and that requires discipline. So we can't have the first conversation we were having, sending foreign aid willy-nilly to countries whose national debt per capita is less than ours.
Thank you,
But if we
Mr.
do this
Ramaswamy.
correctly, I think this is our last window, and it'll take a CEO from the next generation to do it.
Thank you very much. Senator Scott, weigh in here. What are you looking at to keep Social Security sustainable?
The bottom line is a simple one. We have to grow our economy and cut our spending. Let me just say to my mama and to every other mama or grandfather receiving Social Security, as President of the United States, I will protect your Social Security. The fact is that we're spending today about $1.1 trillion on Social Security, about $750 billion on Medicare, about $300 billion on Medicaid, about $400 billion on veterans benefits, $1.7 trillion on annual appropriations. If we're going to actually tame this tiger, the way you do it is not by picking on seniors who have paid into a program that deserve their money coming back out to them. The way you deal with it is, number one, you have to grow your economy. My plan, Made in America, creates 10 million new jobs, grows our economy at 5%. By doing so, you add trillions of dollars of economic activity and billions of dollars to your treasury. Number two, you have to cut taxes. When we cut taxes in 2017, I wrote the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. Everybody said, well, guess what? Revenue will go down. Well, in 2018, after we wrote it in 2017, what happened? Revenue went up by 3%, and the next year it went up by another 3%. So what we know is that the Laffer curve still works, that the lower the tax, the higher the revenue. And finally, if we're going to deal with it, we have to take our annual appropriations back to pre-2020, pre-COVID levels of spending, which would save us about a half.
Maybe I'm tired, but I don't understand all these policies he's throwing out. I don't know what the heck a Laffer curve is. I don't know, like, I guess he did explain it, but it's like, he's throwing out a lot of numbers and stats, which I think are probably important to a degree. But it seems like he doesn't have time to say everything he wants to say, and so he's kind of rushing things without being able to explain everything. I kind of want him to have like a 5-minute PragerU video instead of 90 seconds in front of this podium, because I think he might be onto something, but the information that he's giving is just so dense that I don't even know if he's right or not. I don't even understand how all of these policies that he's talking about would actually contribute to more money specifically into Social Security and also the other programs that he mentioned, such as Medicare and Medicaid.
$1 trillion in the next budget window. By doing that, we deal with Social Security and our mandatory spending.
Thank you, Senator. Very quickly, would you raise the retirement age? Would you be open to raising the retirement age, or do you rule that out?
All you have to do is go to a farm in Iowa and watch the hard work and the dedication.
Yes or
you
no,
and I having
Senator?
a conversation.
Yes or no?
The answer is no, but listen to this, though, before you go on. Thank you. The fact of the matter is that the more physical your labor, a year or 2 or 3 more is actually challenging to the physical body. You and I might have a different perspective, but for those farmers, they're working night and day.
Thank you, Senator. I appreciate it. Governor DeSantis, finally to you.
So it sounds like he's saying that he might raise the age for what's it called? For Social Security, but only if, only for certain sectors. Well, which kind of makes sense, sort of. But the idea that the Social Security is something that's so difficult to fund is comical when we are just like sending money to Ukraine and Israel on a whim.
Would you be open to raising the retirement age, and how would you keep Social Security sustainable?
Well, look, as governor of Florida, I know a few people on Social Security, and I know it's important. My grandmother lived till 91, and Social Security was her sole source of income, and that's true for a lot of seniors throughout this country. So what I'd say to seniors in America, promise made, promise kept. I understand what you're going through with the rising prices, and you need that Social Security check. So we'll make sure to get that done. What can you do to help shore up Social Security? One of the things that's causing problems is the inflation. We have to reduce inflation. When you have higher inflation, the seniors get a cost of living adjustment, which means the program's spending more, but it doesn't cover the increase in the actual inflation rate. We also do need to get to at least 3% growth. You're never going to be able to have be able to solve the budget without that. But I would note this. Congress for decades took money from Social Security. Social Security would have more tax revenue than it put out. They would take it and then they'd write an IOU to Social Security. Congress has a lot of dirty hands on this. I'm going to force Congress to stop spending so much money. And you know, one thing we have to we talk about the retirement age is just something that's changed in the last 4 or 5 years. Life expectancy in the United States is declining.
So, Governor,
in this
yes
country.
or no? Would you raise it? Would you raise the retirement age?
When life expectancy is declining, I don't see how you could raise it the other direction. So it's one thing to peg it on life expectancy, but we have had a significant decline in life expectancy in this country, and that's just the fact.
All right,
that's smart. That's actually that actually makes a lot of sense. I didn't even really think about that.
Thank you, candidates, and we will be right back after a quick break from.
Also, the whole thing with Social Security not being funded is a money mismanagement problem. It's not a oh no we're out of we're out of money problem. Is actually a money mismanagement problem. So, you know, people are doing all these juggling acts when really you could just fix it with some proper budgeting. But and I think that also means that you don't need to raise the minimum wage, not minimum wage, sorry. You don't need to raise the Social Security age in order to get to where we need to be with Social Security. All you need to do is budget properly and appropriate more money towards Social Security. It's not illegal to budget more money in order to pay out Social Security benefits. It's also not illegal to print more money in order to pay out Social Security benefits if that's what people want to do, which I would recommend.
Florida.
But it's an option, right? Like, look, I would rather us print money to give to like old Americans who have already retired than give it to like Russia or Ukraine, or not Russia, Ukraine or Israel.
While you still have options, call Tax Network USA today.
All right, I think we're at the home stretch here. We don't have too much left of this debate. We got like 30 minutes left.
Welcome back to tonight's NBC News Republican presidential debate. Once again, here's Salem Radio's Hugh Hewitt.
Thank you, Lester. When NBC News talks to voters, when I talk to voters every day, they all say that the border is a top issue. It can mean a lot of different things. It can mean 2 million people who crossed illegally last year. It can mean more than
Why does the camera have like severe astigmatism? What is going on? What is up with all these crisscrossing lights? Does someone need to clean the lens or something?
150 arrests of people on the terror watch list. It can mean the burden on states from having migrants move into their states from the southwestern border. But I want to talk about opioids specifically and fentanyl. And I'll start with you, Senator Scott. Tens of thousands of Americans' families have suffered a death to fentanyl. Young people sometimes die taking one pill. What can you do as Commander-in-Chief on the first day to stop fentanyl and the waterfall of it into this country?
Well, number one, we should close our southern border. For $10 billion, we could close our southern border. For an additional $5 billion, we could use the currently available military technology to surveil our southern border to stop fentanyl from crossing our border. I've already led on legislation that would sanction the Mexican cartels. If you remember the path, the precursors come from China, then they are manufactured in Mexican labs, and then the Mexican cartels bring them across our border. By sanctioning their accounts and eliminating their cash, we starve them of what they need. Number one, closing our southern border makes it nearly impossible to get in. The military-grade technology is a backup, making sure that we not only stop 70,000 deaths in the last 12 months because of fentanyl, it also allows us to deal with the human trafficking travesty that is entering in our country in the same path. If we are going to deal effectively with 100,000 overdose deaths in our country and the 70,000 that is directly linked to fentanyl, we have to deal with our ports of entry and deal with our southern border. If we do that effectively, we have started reducing the challenge from the outside, and then we have to deal with the challenge on the inside, which seems to be connected to a mental health crisis that is spreading throughout our nation.
Governor Christie, Senator Scott just mentioned ports of entry. 90% of the fentanyl that is seized in the United States is seized at ports of entry. We don't know what's coming in across the open southern border. You've been a United States attorney. You've taken on cartels. Can it really be done quickly? What would you do as president?
It can be done quickly in two ways, Hugh, on fentanyl. The first way is exactly as you suggest, at ports of entry. We have to beef up what our law enforcement has in terms of technology. I would invest in that as president. We need to make sure that law enforcement has every tool at its disposal to do it. Secondly, on day one, I would sign an executive order that would send the National Guard to partner with Customs and Border Patrol, both at ports of entry and at the open ports of our border. Customs and Border Patrol agents are overwhelmed. There's 200,000 encounters a month over the last 11 months. We simply do not have the man and woman power at the border to be able to deal with it. And so dealing with both law enforcement, and you're right, we have done this, we can do this, but we got to give them the tools to do it, and technology is one of the biggest tools that we don't have enough of at the ports of entry. Now, we also need to lower demand, Hugh, in this country.
That's true.
And the way to lower demand is to start treating people again. You know, we started to do this before COVID.
Do we not have drug treatment programs? Does the American healthcare system just decide not to treat people with fentanyl overdoses or fentanyl addictions? Like, I'm pretty sure that rehab has always been a thing. Is that something that we just made illegal?
And we haven't done enough of it. And for every family out there tonight who has lost a loved one to fentanyl or to any other type of opioid overdose, what you know is all you want is a chance for them to win their lives back. When I'm president of the United States, we're going to call this what it is. It is a disease, like heart disease, diabetes, or any other disease like cancer that can be treated, should be treated. We not only have to stop supply, but we have to lower demand and save lives.
Thank you, Governor. Governor DeSantis, you have talked about using United States Special Forces to attack the cartels where they manufacture the chemicals that come from China. How often? How many? What does that look like?
Well, first, I was speaking to a dad who lost a son to fentanyl overdose. Son wasn't a drug addict. He had taken some pill that happened to be laced with fentanyl, and it was a fatal overdose. And when he told me, obviously the pain of losing a child is as bad as it gets, but he said what was salt in the wounds is that these elites in D.C. don't give a damn about what's going on in this country. They don't care that we have tens of thousands of opioid deaths, that the fentanyl's pouring in. They are not taking the type of action we need to. We're declaring it a national emergency on day one. I'm sending U.S. military to the border. I'm going to stop the invasion cold. I am going to deport people who came illegally. And I'm even going to build the border wall and have Mexico pay for it like Donald Trump promised. How are you going to do it? Yeah, Mexico's not going to fork over money. We're going to impose fees on the remittances that foreign workers send to foreign countries. We'll raise billions of dollars. I'll build the wall. But we are going to designate the cartels to be foreign terrorists.
I have not heard any explanation for how you could have America pay or have Mexico pay for the border wall. That seems like a reasonable way to do that, though. So, I mean, it's pretty cool that he's actually got a plan for that.
Organizations or something similar to that. And we're going to authorize the use of deadly force. We're going to have maritime operations to interdict precursor chemicals going into Mexico. But I'll tell you this, if someone in the drug cartels is sneaking fentanyl across the border when I'm president, that's going to be the last thing they do. We're going to shoot them stone cold dead.
Wait. No trials? No, like, judge or jury just going to shoot people if you think that they're trafficking drugs? I could see this going so badly, so quickly. This is not a good policy position.
Haley, Ambassador Haley, if the United States uses special forces in Mexico without prior notice to the Mexican allies to our south, what would your colleagues at the United Nations think about that?
I don't care what my colleagues at the United Nations think. What I'll tell you is, first of all, you have to go to the source. We have lost more Americans than the Vietnam, Afghanistan, and Iraq wars combined. We lost 75,000 Americans last year. Go to the source. It is the reason why we'll continue to say we will end all normal trade relations with China until they stop murdering Americans. You watch how quick that flow stops. The second thing is we'll send special operations in to take out the cartels. We need to go to where they're distributing it, where the supply centers are, and take them out. We'll put 25,000 more Border Patrol and ICE agents on the ground and let them do their job. We will defund sanctuary cities. We will go back to the Remain in Mexico policy so that everybody stays in Mexico and they never get here in the first place. And instead of catch and deport, we'll go to catch and release. Instead of catch and release, we'll go to catch and deport. That is the way we'll deal with the border. Those are the things that we have to do going forward. But I do agree with Chris. One of the first things that we have to do is really focus on mental health and addiction centers. It is something that is needed in our country terribly because we don't deal with mental health, and someone who doesn't get care for mental health falls into addiction, and we owe it to them to treat it like the cancer that it is.
Mr. Ramaswamy. Special forces in Mexico shoot them stone cold dead at the border?
One thing I just want to say in how we're talking about this issue is, like Ron, I've actually met many parents across this country who have lost their kids to laced pharmaceuticals that have fentanyl in them. The only thing I would ask, Ron, I think you'd be on the same page with me on this. Let's not even call that an overdose. Right. That is not an overdose. That is poisoning. If you put that fentanyl in a Big Mac, we would not call that an overdose. You'd call it what it is. It's closer to bioterrorism. And I say that because as it uniquely relates to this crisis, that does warrant more aggressive means to deal with it. So there's a new presidential election in Mexico in 2024. People may not be aware of that. It's going to be someone other than Obrador, who has been a disaster in Mexico. I think he's even mentioned me obliquely in speeches to say that somebody who would do this shouldn't get anywhere near the White House. Well,
I did hear he has accused Vivek Ramaswamy of planning an invasion of Mexico, which is not true. I looked it up to fact check the policy that Obrador was referring to, and Vivek was talking about sending troops to the border to fight cartels as they're entering, not talking about invading Mexico to go after the cartels once they're in that are already in Mexico. Two very different things. Obrador is just lying about Vivek's policy positions there.
Well, AMLO, get out of the way. There's going to be someone else in charge. I hope to build a good relationship with that next president of Mexico. We'll use our own military to seal our own southern border. What we need to do is stop using our military to protect somebody else's border halfway around the world when we're short right here at home. Get serious about protecting this border. And then the other thing that hasn't been discussed is the northern border. I'm the only candidate on the stage, as far as I'm aware, who has actually visited the northern border. There was enough fentanyl that was captured just on the northern border last year to kill 3 million Americans. So we got to just skate to where the puck is going, not just where the puck is. Don't just build the wall, build both walls. Can't just complete the wall, use the military to seal the Swiss cheese for the tunnels that they're actually building underneath that wall.
Thank you,
That's
Mr.
Ramaswamy. Be practical and actually get this job done.
Thank you. Kristen.
Thank you, Hugh. Let's talk now about last night's election results. Abortion rights supporters saw victories in Ohio and Virginia following earlier wins in states like Kansas and Kentucky. Governor DeSantis, first to you, how do you see the path forward for Republicans on this issue?
Well, I stand for a culture of life, and I understand that it's important that everyone gets a shot. I'm reminded of a story about a young mother who was struggling in Jamaica about 45 years ago. She was counseled to not have a baby because she was poor, baby wouldn't have opportunity, and she came close to have an abortion, but she decided to have the baby born poor in Jamaica. And the reason I know that story is because that baby girl ended up emigrating to the state of Florida, becoming a lawyer and a judge, and I appointed her to the Florida Supreme Court in August of 2022. We're better off when everybody counts. We're better off when we can promote a culture of life. At the same time, I understand that some of these states are doing it a little bit different. Texas is not going to do it the same as New Hampshire. Iowa's not necessarily going to do it the same as Virginia. So you got to work from the bottom up. You got to do a better job on these referenda. I think of all the stuff that's happened to the pro-life cause, they have been caught flat-footed on these referenda, and they have been losing the referenda. A lot of the people who are voting for the referenda are Republicans who would vote for a Republican candidate. So you got to understand how to do that. But let's just be clear. The Democrats have taken a position. They will not identify the point at which there should be any protection all the way up until birth. That is wrong, and we cannot stand for that.
All right, Governor DeSantis, thank you.
I mean, I don't know that most Democrats are in favor of abortion all the way up until birth, but they seem hesitant to unify around a particular cutoff point, and that is the issue. I think Ron DeSantis is fear-mongering a little bit and being a little bit hyperbolic. It's not true that Democrats are running around being like, yay, late-term abortions, let's go, woohoo. Like they're not really doing that. There are some people who are doing that, but it's more like they're afraid to definitively say the exact moment in time in which a fetus stops being a mere human being and becomes a human person.
Ambassador Haley, let me have you weigh in. Former President Trump has consistently blamed the abortion issue and how Republican candidates have talked about it for their electoral losses. How do you see the path forward?
You know, I've said it before. I think you have to be honest with the American people. This is a personal issue for every woman and every man. I am unapologetically pro-life, not because the Republican Party tells me to be, but because my husband Michael was adopted and I had trouble having both of my children. So I'm surrounded by blessings. Having said that, when you look post-Roe, a wrong was made right. They took it out of the hands of unelected justices and they put it in the hands of the people. And now we're seeing states vote. And what I'll tell you is, as much as I'm pro-life, I don't judge anyone for being pro-choice, and I don't want them to judge me for being pro-life. So when we're looking at this, there are some states that are going more on the pro-life side. I welcome that. There are some states that are going more on the pro-choice side. I wish that wasn't the case, but the people decided. But when it comes to the federal law, which is what's being debated here, be honest, it's going to take 60 Senate votes, a majority of the House, and a president to sign it. So no, we haven't had 60 Senate votes in over 100 years.
But that is true. But I think that this is the moment, and she said this before, and I completely agree. But the problem is, this here is the moment in which you lobby for your position, where you say, hey, put in a pro-life bill and I'll vote for it. You don't say, oh no, well, Congress will never have a bill, send in a bill that I like, so there's nothing I can do anyways. Like, no. There are a lot of people up here who can't do what they want to do without the help of Congress. This is the point where you lobby for the position that you want to take and ask Congress to help you. Because if you don't ask them, they might not do anything for you. So I understand why she doesn't want to promise any big pro-life gains. And no one should be promising any big pro-life gains, because at the end of the day, Nikki Haley is right that she cannot unilaterally make abortion go away. She can't. But at the end of the day, she also has to try and use her influence to move things in a positive direction when it comes to the issue of life. Spicy Chili says, what is a Democrat? There are a lot of things that go into being a Democrat. One massive thing about being a Democrat is being in favor of expanding welfare. It's a big Democrat policy. Another Democratic policy is supporting abortion. That's a major one. Supporting abortion is a major Democratic policy. Another one is raising taxes. Democrats want higher taxes on everyone. They'll tell you that it's raising taxes on the rich, but then they'll count you as rich as well. It's one thing to say tax the rich, and it's another thing when you realize that cutoff point for who counts as rich is a lot lower than you thought it would be. There are other things that they support as well. But if we're talking about distilling being a Democrat to its core, it's those things. Having political prisoners, right? Jailing political opposition. We're seeing that here. It's a very distinctly Democratic position, as we're seeing now. Donald Trump did not have Hillary Clinton locked up in jail. Joe Biden's friends are trying to do the exact opposite with Donald Trump, getting him arrested in jail or otherwise, so that he cannot functionally run for president or hold office, even if he wins. So. Yeah, there are a lot of things that go into being a Democrat. Not particularly positive things, I don't think. I will say that Democrats are generally a lot better than Republicans with empathy, though. I think the Republicans bring all the logic to the table and no empathy for the most part, and Democrats bring all of the empathy to the table and very little logic. There was some logic there, but not a lot. I think that the Republicans should learn from the Democrats, some of their empathy. So that way, in part, I think that can help them market themselves specifically towards women a lot better. But just in general, I think that people who are in demographics that Democrats pander to, such as like black people, for example, such as poor people, they will appreciate Republicans more if they understand the Republicans actually care about them. Because if you go up to a baby and, like let's say a baby has a piece of candy in its hand or whatever, right? And you're a parent. You go up to the baby and you take the piece of candy away and the baby starts crying. Well, you have two options, right? You can go with all facts and you're gonna be like, oh, don't eat that candy. The candy's bad for you. It's gonna make you fat. It's gonna spike your blood sugar. It's gonna make you be a less healthy person in the future. And that's not particularly comforting to the baby. But if you're like, oh, well, it's okay. Like you won't have some right now. We can give you some later. It's important to have moderation. You can't just eat candy all the time. Which of those things do you think is going to have a better impact and have a better result, right? They both have the same policy. They both are rooted in what is best for the individual. But one of them communicates, hey, I actually care about you, and I'm sorry that you're suffering the fact that you don't have this thing that you want. And I will do my best to make things pleasant for you in the future. But this is the decision that I made. Or the other is just to crack down and be like, well, no, my decision is best. Just live with my decision is best. Just live with it. Two very different approaches. And I think that it in part explains why the Republican Party doesn't have as much support as I think it frankly should.
We might have 45 pro-life senators. So no Republican president can ban abortions any more than a Democrat president can ban these state laws. So let's find consensus. Let's agree on how we can ban late-term abortions. Let's make sure we encourage adoptions and good quality adoptions. Let's make sure we make contraception accessible. Let's make sure that none of these state laws put a woman in jail or give her the death penalty for getting an abortion. Let's focus on how to save as many babies as we can and support as many moms as we can. And stop the judgment. We don't need to divide America over this issue anymore.
Thank you.
Wait a second. If you're saying that killing babies is bad, that you are making a judgment. I'm sorry, right? Just like if you're saying that Nazis are bad, you're also making a judgment there. If you're saying Hamas is bad, you're making a judgment there. If you're saying Putin is bad, you're making a judgment there. If you're saying Trump is bad, it's also making a judgment. So to be like, oh no, we shouldn't judge people for supporting the murder of babies. It's ridiculous. You're making a judgment. Now, of course, people have different information. A lot of people don't understand all of the scientific facts surrounding abortion, which is in large part, I think, why they support abortion in the first place. So I don't entirely blame them necessarily, especially when I actually had a rant about this like a year or two ago on stream. I think it's called Why People Feel Betrayed After Losing Roe v. Wade or something. I think DJ LL in my chat said, I feel like my rights are being stripped away or whatever. And I was like, well, it makes sense. If you grew up your entire life believing that abortion and then being taught through the media, school systems, and other forms, that abortion is a human right that women must have access to, or else they're being oppressed, and you lose that, of course you're going to feel like you're being oppressed, and of course you're going to feel like you're losing a right. So I don't judge someone in that sense where it's like, if you support abortion, I'm not going to point to you and be like, oh, look at you baby killer. You just love the genocide of the innocent infants and the fetuses in the womb. Like, I'm not going to be like that, but I'm going to make a moral judgment on the action. The action is immoral. It's awful. It is murder. So, and maybe that distinction is not the easiest to communicate so quickly during a presidential debate, which is why she's not necessarily making it. But it's you're making a moral judgment. You have to make a moral judgment on abortion. If you're supporting either way, pro or against, you are making a moral judgment. So to say like stop with the judgment is like kind of ridiculous, and say, oh, stop being so divided over this. It's also kind of silly because we're already pretty polarized over it. That's like saying, what if the Republicans and Democrats don't just get along? Well, that's a long and complicated question, or at least the answer to that is long and complicated. So it's pretty unfair to try to be so reductionist and be like, oh, just get along. Like, no, the nation is not going to do that.
Senator Scott. Senator Scott, I'd like you to weigh in. How do you see the path forward, and what do you make of what Ambassador Haley just said? Do you see this as a consensus issue?
Well, I'm 100% pro-life. I have had 100% pro-life voting record. I would certainly, as President of the United States, have a 15-week national limit. I would not allow states like California, Illinois, or New York to have abortion up until the day of birth. I certainly wouldn't not allow for governors, former governor, Democratic governor of Virginia, who talked about infanticide. We need a 15-week federal limit. 3 out of 4 Americans agree with a 15-week limit. 47 out of 50 countries in Europe
agree. And I've been hearing pro-lifers. Like, I think it was Steve Deace being like, oh, no, it's ridiculous. It's all or nothing. Like, you have to, and I could be wrong. Maybe Steve Deace, correct me if I'm wrong. I could be misquoting you. But it's like, there are pro-lifers out there who are like, I'm not going to support anything pro-life unless it's pro-life all the way. That's kind of ridiculous. You have to gather some consensus first and then move your way down to a fully pro-life state of affairs, right? You're not going to be able to change everyone's opinions on abortion right away. But most people already support an abortion ban at 15 weeks, so why not go ahead and call for that? And then you can move your way backwards. People have been saying, oh, well, the pro-choice people are trying to move their way forwards. Well, of course they will. Our goal is to kind of win the hearts and minds of people so that they see the actual harms, damage, and evil that is abortion. And actually, if you normalize a 15-week ban, then moving that backwards to be later in the stage of gestation, that makes that seem more extreme, especially when you start looking around and like you're realizing that you're having later term abortions than pretty much all civilized nations across the world. When France is looking at you weird, you're kind of going on the wrong track. So there was nothing wrong with pushing for a 15-week limit on abortion.
With a 15-week limit. I would challenge both Nikki and Ron to join me at a 15-week limit. It is in our nation's best interest, and frankly, I think it's unethical and immoral to allow for abortions up until the day of birth. We have an opportunity in this nation to stop that reckless behavior from states like California, New York, and Illinois. I'd go a step further. In my parents' plan, we start by talking about funding, block granting resources to crisis pregnancy centers. We should support adoption. There are a number of ways that we can say to the expectant mother that we stand with you. We should not only be pro-life before the child is born, we should be pro-life after the child is born just as much.
Senator Scott, thank you. Ambassador Haley, your name was invoked. Would you support a 15-week?
I wish that more Republicans would say those actual words. I think it's part of that empathy thing that I was going on about earlier in the stream. It's helpful for people to understand that a lot of pro-lifers do supporting the mothers who otherwise would be killing their children. Through various resources and various means. They also have plans to boost the economy, which also improves the quality of life for those new children coming up in American society. So this idea that Republicans just don't care about babies or children once they're born is not true. Not true. And I'm really glad that Tim Scott communicated that in a very succinct and easy to understand way.
Federal limit.
I would support anything that would pass because that's what would save more babies and support more moms.
No,
but do you have
I don't
to
like
be
it because she's making it seem like she doesn't even have her own position, right? She's just making me like, oh no, just give me whatever I can get. I'll just take whatever I can get. Like, no, push for your own position. It's possible to say, hey, I want no abortion at all. That's fine. Or you can be like, hey, I want a 10-week cutoff, or I want a 15-week cutoff. That's all fine, but don't act like you're just going to take whatever you get. That's no way to negotiate. This is the exact opposite of negotiation.
be honest with the American people. And I appreciate that Tim keeps calling me out for this. But Tim, there was a bill last year. Lindsey Graham sponsored it. You didn't even co-sponsor the bill. And then when you first were interviewed on this, when you ran, you
only so many people can co-sponsor bills, if I remember correctly.
wouldn't even say you were for 15 weeks. What I am saying to the American people is, let's see what we can agree on.
I feel like Nikki Haley has a track record of stretching the truth or lying when she's attacking her opponents. Is that not true? Because I think she hit like Ramaswamy or DeSantis on something, I think in one of the earlier debates, and I looked it up and that ended up being true. But then with all the other subsequent attacks that she's made, I looked them up and I'm like, it's not actually what he said. So like, am I crazy for not really wanting to believe her for what she's saying at this point?
Bring people together and decide what we can agree on. I will sign anything where we can get 60 Senate votes, but don't make the American people think that you're going to push something on them when we don't even have the votes in the Senate. It's important that we're honest about that.
Let me go to Mr. Ramaswamy. Would you support a 15-week federal ban, and what is the path forward on this issue?
I just wanted to say, I think Nikki Haley did invoke being honest, and I just want to give credit to Tim Scott. He's honest about where he stood, and I think you should be honest, not making a political calculus, but to say, if a bill is served up, would you sign it? Here's my view on this. Speaking as a man, they say men have trouble speaking on this issue. I don't think we need to be that way. It was my home state of Ohio, I'm upset about this, yesterday, that passed a constitutional amendment that now effectively codifies a right to abortion all the way up to the time of birth without parental consent. Why? It's back to that Republican culture of losing.
I will say that amendment was not particularly specific. I think that's part of the problem. I think if you interpret it literally, it will end up meaning what Ramaswamy is meaning here, but we don't entirely know if all the courts are going to have that same type of interpretation. So that is something to consider. It has not been tested through law in the courts whether or not it will allow abortion all the way up until the date of birth with no parental consent.
The Republicans did not have an alternative amendment or vision on the table. I know Ohio. I was born, raised, and I lived there. It's representative of the country. If in the state of Ohio we talked about access to contraception, adoption, and also here's the missing ingredient in this movement, sexual responsibility for men. We live in an era of reliable genetic paternity tests that are 100% reliable. So we can say men deserve more responsibility. So we can tell women we're all in this together. It's not men's rights versus women's rights. It's about human rights.
I mean, what's he calling for exactly when it comes to men's responsibility for raising children? Because already, isn't there like child support or whatever that men who, who are fathers of children, if they abandon the home, they are liable to pay, right? I think if the mother asked for it, basically. So what was he calling for? Like mandatory parentage tests so that father could be identified immediately? Or I'm not sure exactly what he's calling for here.
And I come back to that case that Clarence Thomas spoke of. A pregnant woman walking down the street. She's assaulted. The unborn child dies in that assault. You find me one person in this country who says that that criminal does not deserve liability for that death. You won't find one.
Exactly.
That's
actually codified inside of American law, if I'm not mistaken.
We share the same instincts on this issue, but we require, I believe, a different generation of leadership
thank you.
to actually lead us forward and unite the country on this with honesty.
Thank you, Mr. Ramaswamy. Governor Christie, as you know, federal limits are important to a lot of Republicans. Where do you stand on this issue, and what is the path forward for Republicans?
For 50 years, conservative lawyers have been arguing that the federal government should have absolutely nothing to do with this issue constitutionally because it's nowhere in the Constitution. And then Dobbs comes and we finally gain that victory, which was the creation of a constitutional right out of thin air that didn't exist. And now we have people running to say, let's short circuit the states from doing what they need to do, and let's go right to some type of federal ban at a certain number of weeks. And people on the stage have been all over the place, 20 weeks, 15 weeks, 12, 6. Look, the Frowners were really smart. And this is an issue that should be decided in each state.
No.
And I trust.
No. hold on. What if there was no federal law against murder? Could that be, delegated down to the states because the founders were so smart? It's ridiculous. The founders said nothing about abortion. I don't know if the founders said anything about murder either. So the idea that that this should just remain decentralized and there should be no federal law at all is absolutely crazy. We're talking about something where pro-lifers such as I believe that abortion is murder. We're saying that we should not have any laws against murder when it comes to fetuses who are who are still in the mother's womb because what? I don't know. That's crazy. He's not speaking like the way a pro-life person speaks.
The people of this country, state by state, to make the call for themselves. Now, that's going to lead to a lot of divergence. In Oklahoma, you can't get an abortion unless the life of the mother is at risk. In my home state of New Jersey, it goes up to 9 months that you get an abortion. I find that morally reprehensible, but that is what the people of our state have voted for. And we should not short-circuit that process until every state's people have the right to weigh in on it. But here's the bigger issue.
Well, let's people wait. We should let our citizens weigh in on whether or not murder should be illegal or not. Like, no, if you swap abortion with murder of general persons, not just fetuses, then no one would agree with you. This doesn't make sense, and you're not coming off as someone who is truly pro-life.
Issue, Kirsten. The bigger issue is, and Tim began to touch on this, we're not pro-life for the whole life. To be pro-life for the whole life means that the life of a 16-year-old drug addict on the floor of the county lockup is precious, and we should get treatment for her to restore her life. The 52-year-old who's drug addicted should make sure that any of his children who he's passed that addiction on to are treated well too. Pro-life's not just in the womb, Kirsten. It's for the whole life.
All right, Governor, thank you. Candidates, thank you. We're going to take a final break, and when we come back, we'll hear from all of you with your closing statements. This is the NBC News Republican presidential debate. We'll be back right after this.
I'll give my opinions on who won and lost this debate, although I'm quite late in reaction to this.
Well, welcome back, everyone. With only 2 hours for a debate, we know there are other major issues that are important to Republican primary voters. I'll ask you each to please use your closing statement to focus on any topic you didn't have time to address and why you and not former President Trump would be the party's best choice to tackle these important issues. You each have a minute. Senator Scott, we'll start with you. 1 minute.
There's a crisis that is growing in our nation, and that crisis is cultural and spiritual. We need a renewal, a great awakening. We should reject the left's valueless, faithless, fatherless society. We should turn back to faith, patriotism, and individual responsibility. We should stop choosing victimhood and start choosing victory. We should stop kneeling in protest and start kneeling in prayer. There are basic truths that built this country. If you're able-bodied in America, you work. If you take out a loan, you pay it back. If you commit a violent crime, you go to jail. And if God made you a man, you play sports against men. I do not just want to...
Audience, please.
I do not just want to win the battle against Joe Biden.
Debates.
I want us together to win the war for our Christian conservative values that changed my life.
Senator Scott, thank you. Governor Christie, you have...
That's why I'm asking you for your vote.
Thank you for hosting tonight. Listen, it's a gift to be an American. And I'm running for President of the United States because I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing the division. I'm tired of seeing the anger.
Wait, didn't you literally say during a CNN town hall that the only reason you're running for president is to kick Donald Trump out of the race? Which, by the way, it's not really going that well in my estimation. So, I mean, if you're talking about division and anger, I don't know. Maybe you should go to therapy instead of trying to do everything you can to tear Donald Trump down whenever he pokes his head out of Mar-a-Lago.
See in the eyes of Americans their exhaustion. Their exhaustion from the petty, personal politics that have taken over this country over the last number of years. I'm running for president to be a president of consequence, to do the big things, to make sure that America's role in the world stays number one, that we stand up for our friends and allies around the world, and we stand up for what we believe in right here at home. And it's not to eliminate our differences. Our differences has always been our strength as a country, not our weakness. But you can't truly say you love America unless you're ready to open up your heart to every American. I'm going to open up my heart to every American as president, and I will make sure that I return honesty, integrity to the Oval Office. We deserve and should accept nothing less.
Governor, thank you very much. Let's go to Mr. Ramaswamy now. Your 1 minute.
We've talked a lot about foreign wars tonight, but we're in the middle of a war right here at home. It's a war not between black and white or Democrat and Republican. It's between those of us who believe in our founding ideals and love this country and a fringe minority who hates the United States of America. And I think it's going to take a commander-in-chief to lead us to victory in that war, who first of all knows that we're in a war, second of all can't be captured by the special interests along the way, but third is from the next generation, somebody with fresh legs to lead us to victory. I'll shut down the deep state. I'll declare economic independence from China. I'll keep us out of World War III, and then revive national pride in this country. I also want to close with one message to the Democrat Party. End this farce that Joe Biden is going to be your nominee. We know he's not even the president of the United States.
Yeah. I forgot that he did this. Yo, this is a bold shot to make. Like, we don't 100% know that Joe Biden won't be the nominee, but it certainly looks like they're grooming and priming Gavin Newsom to take his place. So it'd be interesting to see if he ends up being the nominee. I wouldn't be too salty about Gavin Newsom being the nominee instead of Joe Biden if I was Ramaswamy or if I was any of the Republican candidates. I think that other than his greasy hair and his inviting grin, Gavin Newsom is a far easier candidate to defeat than someone like Joe Biden, because Joe Biden, I think, is more likable. I think Joe Biden has less crises that are directly tied to him. Gavin Newsom, I think many people more closely associate with the disaster that has been California. And I think that's in part because he hasn't inherited certain issues. I think that Joe Biden has inherited from Trump. Gavin Newsom has been in charge of California for quite a while. So I think that he's actually an easier candidate to go against. I would not be mad at the Democratic Party for running Newsom instead of Biden if I was Ramaswamy. But maybe he's trying to poke the bear here and goad them into thinking that Newsom is the type of person that they wouldn't want to run against, and being like, oh, please let us know who you're going to run against, because I need to do my show prep before I go up against Newsom, right? When in reality, Newsom is a far easier candidate to defeat.
He's a puppet for the managerial class. So have the guts to step up and be honest about who you're actually going to put up so we can have an honest debate. Biden should step aside, end his candidacy now, so we can see whether it's Newsom or Michelle Obama or whoever else.
All right,
just
Mr.
tell us the truth so we can have an honest debate.
Ambassador Haley, you have 1 minute for your closing.
Thank you. The world is on fire. We have a war in Europe. We've got a war in the Middle East. We've got China on the march. It is very important that we know how to defend our freedoms and how to defeat terrorism and socialism. We have to know the difference between good and evil. We have to know the difference between right and wrong. We need to know that a strong America doesn't start wars, a strong America prevents wars. And the way we can focus on that is to make sure we go back to the soul of America and be strong and proud again. And we can't do that. We can't win the fights of the 21st century with politicians from the 20th century. We have to move forward. And we can do this. I know we can do this. So join our movement. Go to NikkiHaley.com, and we will once again show what America that's strong and proud looks like. God bless.
She didn't really put forth any sort of initial, specific policy or request Vivek Ramaswamy could literally have said the exact same thing that she did, and it could have equally applied to him.
Ambassador, thank you. Governor DeSantis, you're closing. You have 1 minute.
We must reverse our country's decline, and that is going to require leadership. I will take the hits, I will take the arrows, I will take the barbs, because it's not about me, it's about you. It's not about the past, it's about your future. We are going to fight for you. I am going to win for you and your family, and I'm going to lead this country's revival. As a veteran of the Iraq War and in the Navy, I will always put service above self as president. As the father of 3 young kids, I'm going to ensure that this country is left to the next generation in better shape than we found it. And as the governor of Florida, I delivered on all my promises, and you can trust me to deliver for you as the President of the United States. I am asking for your vote. I'll be a nominee that will be able to win the election. I will be a leader you can be proud of, and as your president, I will not let you down. God bless you.
Governor DeSantis, thank you.
Interesting. Very interesting.
That is going to conclude our debate. The next line says, if the audience can hold their applause. That didn't work out. But anyway, for just a few more seconds, I'll ask you to just hold the applause. On behalf of my fellow moderators, I want to thank the candidates for their time and for this spirited debate. Really good, deep conversation, and we appreciate you all being here. Thank you as well to our wonderful hosts here at the Adrienne Arsh Performing Arts Center. On behalf of the Republican National Committee and all of us at NBC News, good night, everyone, from Miami.
Wow, well, I will say that was by far the best GOP presidential debate that we've had so far. I know the next one hosted by News Nation. It is very possible that News Nation did a better job. News Nation isn't exactly alt media. It's still mainstream media technically, but they're a little bit unconventional, right? And I think that they're also a little bit more fair than outlets such as NBC
It was
News
billed as a
or even
debate that was make or break
this?
for all the candidates, and each of those candidates on stage right now came to make a mark. Good evening, I'm Tom Yamas here in Miami.
I'm Hallie Jackson alongside Tom here in the spin room.
Okay, interesting. I think that News Nation is a far better and even more objective and even in more fair outlet than even Fox News to a degree. So it's possible that they did a better job, but I think NBC News here did an outstanding job after Fox News embarrassed themselves in that airplane hangar or whatever it was. That was an embarrassment, I think a blight on Fox News' history, if I'm being honest, right? Saying who would they kick off the island? Like that was ridiculous. But yeah, for who did well in the debate, I think most people actually didn't do too badly. This is probably one of the few positive performances that Chris Christie has had, I think, even though Chris Christie was in rare form in a bad way, right? His whole goal is to kick Donald Trump out of the primary race, but he didn't do anything that would have knocked Donald Trump down at all. He barely even mentioned his name. He looked lethargic and lacking of energy, almost the same way that Ron DeSantis did in the previous debate. I found that a bit odd. He looked extremely dispirited. On top of that, but I will say that he did have some reasonable things to say, specifically on how to rebuild the American economy. There are many people here on that stage who I was like, you know what? These are all looking like they would be good cabinet picks for various things, or they look like they would be good VP picks for certain people. Like Tim Scott, I think the type of person who could appeal as a great VP pick for pretty much anyone on the stage except for Nikki Haley, who seems to have some beef with him for some reason over how pro-life he is. But Chris Christie had a better than usual performance, but he's not going to persuade anyone because his main goal is to knock out Donald Trump. And he also has these strange, wacky positions, like the idea that there should not be one nationwide rule for abortion, which half of the nation considers to be murder, and what I personally believe scientifically is murder. It's kind of ridiculous to say that, we should just leave up to whether or not this very important sensitive issue is murder or not to some states for states' rights reasons. It's ridiculous, and that's silly. Tim Scott, I think, did a a better job on policy, I think, this time around. I actually found him somewhat impressive, but I will say that, first of all, he also had a lack of energy. He stuttered. It seemed like, I don't know, he was suffering from a collapsed lung because he kept on having to like inhale in the middle of sentences. I think his substance was great. So substance was fire. And I think he instantly made himself a brilliant VP candidate for almost anyone on the stage. But unfortunately, he's not. I don't think he did much that will appeal to many voters. Not many people are going to look at that performance and be like, hey, I want to vote for Tim Scott now. Now, I certainly liked him more, but didn't really make me be like, hey, I want to vote for him now. Vivek Ramaswamy, I think he did okay. In hindsight, I think he didn't do as strongly as initially thought that he did. Not that he did poorly, but he didn't give out any zingers, or at least the types of zingers that should be ending careers. The only career should end, which it won't, is the career of Ronna McDaniel and NBC News, right? And hopefully he begins a movement with his remarks there that will lead to Ronna McDaniel being ousted as the head of the RNC, because I think she has been a disaster if you just look at the track record alone. And I'm really glad that he kind of blew up her spot and called her out on that. But regardless, he didn't really say anything too crazy. He didn't say anything that kind of like really stood out as a classic crazy moment. His disagreements with Nikki Haley, I think, were a bit tamer than they usually are. I think in large part that's because Nikki Haley chose to roll her eyes rather than, addressing things that Ramaswamy said seriously. And I think that actually on Nikki Haley's part, that kind of makes sense, because the more right that Ramaswamy is and the more you push back against that, the worse you make yourself look. Nikki Haley has been rising in the polls. And I think that maybe this idea of not engaging with Vivek Ramaswamy has in part been leading to her rise. And Ramaswamy, conversely, I don't think has been rising in the polls particularly well. Which is unfortunate, because I support him and I'm not going to stop supporting him, I don't think, unless he shoots someone to death. Yeah, I think Ramaswamy did fine. He did well. I will say Ron DeSantis surprised me. I think he did okay. He did better than I thought he would on many questions, to the point where I was impressed. Now, I will say that, how he speaks and, how he uses tone of voice and all of that stuff is not in a way that many people will find the most endearing. It sounds like he was speaking half the time off of memorized note cards. But if you get to the meat of what he was saying, it's actually substantive, it's actually smart, and I think that there were actually a lot of good policies buried down beneath there. Lastly, we have Nikki Haley, who I think didn't really do much at all. There are certain people who are going to like her, for sure, but I just don't see how she appeals to many conservatives, even after this outing. Yes, it does sound like she's not being as war hawkish on Ukraine. As Vivek Ramaswamy pointed out, a lot of the people on the stage have started to tiptoe back to his own position, where maybe we shouldn't be going all gung-ho and trying to trying to make it rain bullets all over Russia, or we shouldn't be just sending money to Ukraine with no conditions at all, like an infinite money glitch. Maybe we should actually have some conditions over the aid that we give, and not be giving aid over indefinitely. Seems like a reasonable position in hindsight. Or at least anyone who's not an interventionist. But all of that aside, I think that Nikki Haley did enough to keep the people who already like her happy, but not enough to win over any votes, in my opinion. She didn't really make anyone else look worse in comparison. The only thing is maybe the hits that she made against DeSantis landed, but I don't know if they did, because there have been times when she's attacked people before that turned out to be not true. So I don't know how many people actually trust her when she issues out some sort of attack during a debate about what someone else did or didn't do, what they said or didn't say, right? She tried to say that Tim Scott didn't say that he was pro-life, would refuse to support a 15-week abortion ban, using deceptive framing, and I think to a degree just saying things that weren't true. that was extremely disappointing to see her do that. But all in all, none of this swayed my position. I'm still going to support Ramaswamy. I think Ramaswamy is the way to go. He's certainly the best candidate by far of anyone running for president, including the Democrats as well. But yeah, we'll see how everything turns out. I doubt he'll win the nomination, but I'm going to pull for him as hard as I can anyways, because I don't think that you should vote for someone based on, I don't think you should vote for a nominee of the political party based on whether or not you think they're going to win. Because at that point, you're just letting everyone else pick for you. I think that you should make up your own mind about who should be the best, about who would be the best, and just vote for that person. So that's what I am choosing to do. But that is pretty much all I got. So I will be seeing you guys later. Thanks everyone for tuning in. There are other things I want to talk about in future streams. I do want to get all the debate reactions out of the way, of course, and hopefully understandably so, before I go back to, my more traditional way of streaming where I react to a handful of videos and then do some gameplay, because I really want to catch up on all these debates that I've been behind on. I do want to give, of course, quick shout outs to everyone who participated in the chat. By the way, thank you so much to anyone who participates in the chat. You can join my Discord. The link is in the description below. And you can join my stream and talk to me. All that cool stuff. Shout outs to everyone who was in the chat. We've got Jot. Thanks for popping into the chat. I hope you recover quickly from your hospital stay. We've got Galaxy. Nice to see you here in the chat. It's really cool to see you maturing with your content, like moving away to more wholesome stuff. No longer rizzing up single mothers on Monkey app. Like, that is a positive change. It's really cool to see you move towards reacting to football highlights instead of Jubilee videos and putting your relationship with God first. That's amazing. Big props to you for that. And also Spicy Chili, thanks for popping into the stream, even if it was only for a little bit. It was nice to see you here. I appreciate you participating in the stream. For everyone else, watch the VOD, I guess, but that's pretty much all I got. So thanks everyone for tuning in. I will see you guys in another stream. Peace out, y'all.
Oops, Picasso, you made my heart grow. A lesson I learned from the seed is it starts slow. Trust me, you gon' see the tree if you look close. Don't you know having faith is a substance of things that you don't see? But trust me, you gon' see the fruits of your labor. Trust in the King and my focus on laser. Walking in purpose, I'm blessed and I'm favored. I tried to go fall in love.